Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Off the rails on a Thursday. Zay, the right call, Collier. What up, dog?
What up, though? Happy Thursday, everybody. My main man, Chip Brown, feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Oh, man, ready to rumble on this off the rails Thursday. If you're new to the show, welcome. You're going to get your fix of college football, Texas Longhorns, SEC. We'll be talking to our man Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator with Lance's Lock.com. And Zay, we had a chance to talk to some Longhorns today. And it sounds to me like these fellas are confident, are doing work. Today we talked to DJ Campbell, big fella. He had a big D, like D for Detroit, on his left arm. I was like, all right. I see you, DJ Campbell.
He's not from Detroit, is he?
No, he's not.
Yeah.
So
he's
maybe
from
it's
Dallas area. Isn't he Dallas area kid, or am I wrong on that?
No, I think you're he's from Arlington.
Yeah.
Bowie. He it's interesting to have him talking because he's a man of few words, but he's the man now. He's got to get everyone else to grow up and do the right thing. He and Cole Hudson. What do you think about that?
A little scary, but also what Kyle Flood and Sark have done with these offensive linemen these last few years, you just feel like they're going to pick up where Hayden Connor and Jake Majors and Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams left off. So even though this new group here in 2025 doesn't have the experience like we saw these last few years, especially in 2024, you've been hearing a lot of good things about these guys. And obviously the Andre Kojo situation, that's still devastating and will continue to be devastating, especially for him, wishing him a speedy recovery. But still, that room seems pretty thick. Like you heard Sark yesterday, he said he had a better chance going to the co-op to get an offensive tackle than to like really look and see what he has in that room, which makes me think that he's confident in that room. Confident that the next man's going to step up. It's just, that's what you've built. Pancake Factory's been rolling. And yeah, I like seeing DJ Campbell up there. You're one of those leaders now. Trey Weisner, you're one of those leaders. Leonga Lafau, one of those leaders. Manny Muhammad, all these guys, their role has changed from last season to this year. I think they want that. They look like they want that. They look like they thrive on the responsibility of now being the veteran guys that those young guys look up to, kind of like what they did when they had guys like Jalen Ford in front of them and Jonathan Brooks in front of them. So yeah, it goes by quick, man. Like I just remember yesterday, all four of those guys that were talking were just freshmen on campus trying to make a name for themselves. And now they're looked to as the leaders. Like life goes by really fast, man, and kind of seeing those guys talk to you folks at the media today, prime example of it. But yeah, just like the coaches did last week, they got that look in their eye. It seems like everybody on campus part of this program has that look in their eye like, yo, we got a chance to do something special. That's why they're getting all this preseason hype, and let's see if they could live up to that.
Yeah. So I went on Sirius XM Channel 84 today, talked to Nicole Auerbach and Ben Hartsock. Ben is a Ohio State guy. And, they're trying to get the vibe about Texas and this Ohio State game. What's your gut instinct right now about that Texas Ohio State game and what it's gonna come down to, how it's gonna play out?
I really think it all depends on Julian Sayin. I think that's the main thing going into this game. I think that should be the number one bullet point for this game, with all the athletes and all the talent, reigning national champs, Ryan Day versus Steve Sarkisian, obviously Arch Manning coming into this year with all the hype that he's getting. Jeremiah Smith deserves all the hype and stuff, but Arch Manning at least has some experience. We haven't seen nothing on Julian Sayin. And maybe Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith and the rest of those guys are so damn good. It doesn't matter what Julian Sayin does. He just needs to throw it in the vicinity, and those guys will kind of come down with it. But I think it's all on him. Like, that's the unknown, which obviously days out until August 30th. We're going to find out more and more on what's going on in camp with Ohio State and how Julian Sayin's doing, and under Brian Hartline being a new offensive coordinator, filling in for Chip Kelly, who's now in the NFL. Like, that's my main thing. What is he going to look like? Because if he's good, if he's to what everybody says he is, coming in from Alabama, one of them big-time 5-star blue-chip recruits, and he lives up to that, then this game, it could be very interesting. But with this Texas defense and how good they could be and all the guys that they have coming back, as good as Julian Sayin might be in January, I think getting them right now is huge. And this is a big game for him to be starting his first game. So hopefully he has a little bit of jitters and nerves to where Texas can take advantage of that. So that's my gut feeling. Where is Julian Sayin, and what's he going to look like come August 30th? How about you?
Yeah, because I think the Texas defense is going to carry this team early, maybe all year. It kind of did that last year. And I see Hair of the Dog says Texas got to show us they can win the big game. And I would say this year's Texas team has got to show they can win the big game, because I feel like Texas, with the 11-game win streak and true road games, has shown they can win big games. Obviously, they lost to Ohio State in the college football playoff semifinal in somewhat disastrous fashion after having first and goal from the 1 and losing on an 83-yard scoop and score. But yeah, I mean, this is a new team. They were asking me, is Texas, hell bent on revenge? Well, DJ Campbell did mention first stop on the revenge tour.
First stop. I mean, you don't got many stops. You got
Georgia.
2. Yeah, you got 2.
Ohio State and Georgia.
That's all you got. But
yeah, next stop November 15th in Athens. But this team's going to follow their alphas, and their alphas are Anthony Hill and Michael Taft and Manny Muhammad, Ethan Burke. These are the guys who are probably in their last year, if we're keeping it real. And they wanted, especially a guy like Michael Taft. He wants to go out. He wants to take Texas to a national championship. The rest of the team is going to follow those guys. If those guys are demanding of their teammates to, are you all in? Are you all in? Like, how important is this to you? Can you sacrifice for the next 4 months? Can you sacrifice for the next 5 months to do whatever it takes for your teammates so that we all cross the finish line with that lipstick trophy in our hands? If those guys are demanding that, then the rest of the team's going to listen. Because that's what Vince Young was doing in 2005 when he was putting on the whiteboard, if you want to beat Ohio State, be here at 5 p.m. for our player-led workouts. And that's, does Texas have enough of those guys? Do they have more of those guys than Ohio State has? I've said I think Texas has the defense Ohio State had last year. Ohio State's defense was filthy. Calling it up right now. They were loaded at every level of the defense and still have the best defensive back in college football and Caleb Downs. But Ohio State gave up 12.9 points per game last year. They were the number one scoring defense in all of college football in terms of fewest points allowed. They were number 3 in run defense. They were number 3 in passing yards allowed. That's the kind of defense I think Texas has right now. Now they got to go show it. And they got to start showing it on August 30th. I don't know how you improve on limiting Jeremiah Smith to 1 catch for 3 yards. Malik Muhammad was asked, do you know how many catches Jeremiah Smith had against y'all last year? And I think Manny Muhammad was playing, I don't know. And then he was, and then he was told 1.
Oh boy, Manny.
Right. Don't be bulletin board material.
Yeah, don't need that. You don't need that because he could have easily said we shut his ass down. He won nothing against us. Who? Jeremiah, who? No, we shut his ass down. We'll do it again. He could have said that. That probably would have been the last time we heard of Manny Muhammad for the rest of the year with the media, if he would have said something like that. Steve Sarkisian, they would have pulled that plug on him real quick. They know Manny way more professional than that. Manny Muhammad, man, you don't hear him talk very often. He has that I am a future coach if I want to be vibe about him. I love the way Manny Muhammad goes about his business and the way that he praises his teammates, the way he talks about himself. He was also asked about, is this a contract year? And I thought he answered that beautifully. Like, he took a little bit. He was like, not necessarily worried about that, but it's on my mind. Like, hey, that's real. It should be. It should be on your mind. Like, I know some folks would like to hear, I just worry about the team. Everything else will come into play. We know Steve Sarkisian always talks about team success first, then comes the individual success. But Manny Muhammad has every right to be thinking about the future, possibly changing his family's lives if he has that contract breakout year like we think he could have. You know what I'm saying? Go back to the hood of Oak Cliff, making it rain because you were a first-round pick, man. Yeah, what could be better than that? But all seriousness, like Manny Muhammad, his head's on straight. Like his eyes are on the prize. I really appreciate Manny Muhammad and how he presents himself. And I'm sure that comes from not only the culture from the coaching staff, but the guys that come before you. Like you see Andrew Makuba and you see Jade Barron handling their business. You got guys like Mookie Taft. You talked about it yesterday, Chip. Just all these guys that are going to hold you accountable. You have no choice but to play for the people behind you, play for your brothers. So that's smart. Jeremiah Smith question that comes up, be like, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. How many catches did he have?
I have no idea. But
that's right. You know how many catches Jeremiah Smith had? No, I don't know. How many he have? One. Oh, we did good. We held him to one. Yeah, I'm sure Jeremiah Smith's waiting to hear something about that. And look, Andrew Makuba, the guy who played over the top of him when he was in the slot, he gone. Jelani McDonald, I'm sure, can't wait for that opportunity. And I wrote about Grayson Littleton today in the Insider at Horns 24/7. Go grab that 50% off annual membership special and read it, because I think this guy's fascinating. He is a football bookworm. Like, he is a football junkie. You know, his mom was telling me that on visits, he was interviewing the coaches as much as they were interviewing him. Like, what's your plan for me? Can I watch film whenever I want? Weekends, nights? What's the practice? What's practice like? What, everything. Nutrition. And this is a guy who, Steve Sarkisian said it. He said, football's the most important thing in his life, and it shows. Because that's what this guy is all about. Like, Malik Muhammad talking about Grayson Littleton today. He's like, this dude is physical, plays with fanatical effort.
Fanatical
effort.
Wow.
And does everything right on and off the field. Like, his mom told me, you don't got to worry about him partying. I'm like, okay. Because he's watching film.
Yeah.
Like, this guy wants to be great, and he wants to be great right now. And he's got an older brother, Drake Damon, who played linebacker at Friends University in Kansas, NAIA school. But he's 9 years older than Grayson. So he saw the hunger and started teaching him how to watch film, like how to eliminate plays based on down and distance, kind of taught him football, defensive football, like from a math perspective. Like, depending on where you are on the field, down and distance, these are the plays that they run. You have to keep all that in your mind. And you don't need to be looking for every play. These are the plays that if you watch film, these are the plays they run between the 20s. These are the plays they run in the high red. These are the plays they run in the low red. And then you're watching as you move along the field, your keys change. And the faster you can digest all that and process, the better you are. Well, that's how Grayson Littleton's been approaching football for 3 years in high school. And now he's doing it at Texas, and everyone's like, God, this guy. And he's he processes. I can't wait to see this dude. I hate his number, 29.
Wow. Was that Leroy? What was homeboy's name? They used to bully you back in the day.
No. I mean, it might have been. It might have been, but 29. Come on, man.
What's wrong with 29?
Eric Dickerson was 29. That was pretty cool. Yeah. But Dickerson had those shoulder pads and the neck roll and the goggles. Like, he had those squared off shoulder pads. They don't do those anymore. Plus, it was that Rams jersey that was so clean.
Yeah, it was fine.
But I can't wait to see this kid.
Earl Thomas, 29. Earl Thomas was 29 in Legion of Boom.
Yeah, maybe that's why. If we ever get to talk to him.
I mean, I remember Ant Hill talking about the Legion of Boom. That's how I knew I was getting old. I remember Anthony Hill saying, like, that's what we grew up loving, was that those Legion of Boom teams, those Seattle Seahawks teams led by Pete Carroll, where they had Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, and Richard Sherman. So maybe that's Grayson Littleton's favorite player, Earl Thomas. But yeah, when you're a football savant like that separates you for some of these other guys who probably used a lot of their talent and athleticism during their high school career to where they didn't have to watch film as much, or they didn't look at it like that. So if you're Grayson Littleton, you've got an older brother that's putting you on game like that, and you come in with the right mindset, yeah, you're further along than maybe some other guys, which is why he's getting all these first-team opportunities, which Warren Roberson, he's right there too. You know, Warren Roberson, that job, that star nickel spot, it's not just Grayson Littleton's job. Like, we're hearing good things on Warren Roberson too.
Well, Wardell Mack and Littleton are the ones that are duking it out for the nickel. Warren Roberson is in the 2-deep at corner.
That's right.
But yeah, Kenoto Hudson, Coach Key, they call him, the nickel cornerback coach. He said Wardell Mack right there, super competitive, is a dynamic blitzer. Coach Key said of Wardell Mack. And, you know, elite cover skills. I mean, it's ridiculous how much talent there is on this defense and how stacked up it is. But this is going to be fascinating because I asked his high school coach, I asked his brother, I'm like, okay, let's say he's the starter in the slot and he's lined up on number 4 from Ohio State. First college game, kind of like, well, Kelvin Banks had one game before he faced Will Anderson from Alabama. But they were like, he's not going to be phased at all because he's going to be prepared. Like, he's going to know where he is on the field, what routes like to run with Jeremiah Smith. He's going to, read the stuff he needs to read and then go get it. I'm like, okay. That's pretty impressive because it's going to be 102,780 crazies in the horseshoe, 1 versus 2. But that's what this kid's about. He's able to just zero in on what is right in front of him.
Yeah, if he gets that start game 1, if I'm Brian Hartline and Ryan Day, we going at freshman. Sorry. Like, all right.
Of course.
Hear all this hype. We got the best player arguably in the nation. We going to line up in the slot a lot. Prove to me, freshman, that you ready. Like, because I think he going to get tested real early. And, when you got guys like Mookie Taft and Manny Muhammad and, they going to help him out. The communication, I think that's going to be huge for this team because they were so in sync last year. Those band performance boys, Makuba, Barron, Taft, they were just – everything was on point. And to what Pete Kwiatkowski said about Michael Taft, like, Michael Taft, you could be in a horrible situation, and Michael Taft audibling out, he calling signals, doing who knows what, just changing stuff up, on the fly. Like Grayson Littleton, he's going to benefit from that. Wardell Mack, he's going to benefit from all that. So those matchups against Jeremiah Smith, against Tate and stuff, it's not going to be as intense as it could be because those 10 other guys that you got helping you out, they about something too. So I love what I'm hearing about Grayson Littleton, man. Like, who cares what age he is? If he's ready, throw him out there.
Throw him out there.
Throw him out there. I saw Derek Stingley Jr. I keep bringing him up because that was one of the greatest freshman seasons at corner that we ever saw. Now, he was on the outside, but there's a reason why Derek Stingley Jr. is a top 5 cornerback in the NFL right now, making top 5 NFL money at the cornerback position. Because early on, he got it. He understood. He was a huge part of that 2019 championship and just locking down some really good wide receivers in the SEC. But Grayson Littleton, why not him? Like,
yeah,
give him a shot. If he's ready, give him a shot.
I felt bad that I compared him to Nathan Vasher, but I may not be feeling bad about that comparison 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games into the season.
Yeah.
If the kid is locked down, shut down. And here's the thing, Jalen Gilbo, who played nickel last year, said moving to outside corner is easier because in the slot, the receiver has a two-way go. He can go left, he can go right, and you got to have great hips and great feet and recover. And at outside corner, you also have the sideline as a friend.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, think about trying to check Wes Welker during his heyday. Think about that. Him in the slot with Brady. You serious? Yeah, you better be locked in. That's it ain't easy to guard those slot guys, man. You know, Hunter Winthrow. Your boy Hunter Winthrow is back. Carolina Panthers. They said, I thought he was retired, Chip. He just got back. They say no one can cover him in the slot. Nobody. Just got back. I don't know what the hell he was doing. I think he was doing real estate or something like that. Said, you know what? I guess I still have a love for the game. Let me just go and see what I could do. Panthers picked him up. Now he's unguardable just because his routes are that tight in that slot position. And this dude just came off the street. Like
Hunter Renfrow, national champion, Clemson.
Yes.
They ran that pick play against Alabama. Deshaun Watson said, whoop. Hunter Renfrow said, whoop. They scored with like 1 second left.
Yeah.
Clemson. That was the game that Sark was calling the plays for Alabama.
Yeah.
With Jaylen Hurts at the quarterback.
Yep. Then Deshaun Watson went home and had the masseuse over and had the towel on and said, whoop. And the towel was off.
He was pitching a tent and said, hey, let's talk about the first thing that pops up.
Whoop. Whoop. Oh, Deshaun, man. That dude.
Man.
Hey, say what you want about Deshaun Watson. He's living pretty good still. All that money to do nothing. He still got his woman. I think they just got married. They always going on vacation because, again, he got the money to afford it. So they're always in these exotic-ass places. What I be seeing on social media, and they be like, damn, Deshaun, you got no heart, bro. No heart. Because if that was me in his situation, you ain't seeing me nowhere, Chip. I'm in the crib. What you mean? With that reputation, I'm trying to get rid of that.
What you mean? You moving like to Australia?
No, not like that, but I'm with the Browns all the time. I'm locked in on this weird quarterback battle that they have with Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, who they said Gabriel looks awful right now. Sure, there's Sanders, who they can't wait to cut. They're giving him the start for a game this weekend. But, yeah, Deshaun should be at the facilities, at training camp, helping. You're making too much money not to be around. That's insane to me. Like, what? Like, why? Like, spitting knowledge, spitting game. Because once upon a time, you were a pretty decent player. There's a reason why you got paid all that money. Do I think it was too much? Hell yeah. But There was one point where you could argue Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League. Now he's considered just a pervert. So how do you change the narrative of your reputation? Be present. Be a good teammate. Have your wife massage you instead. Like, simple things. But nah, Deshaun, he can't do it. He's a different guy, I guess.
Okay. Jose asked Chip, who's the most confident Texas player you have interviewed that's on the active roster? It's Colin Simmons. It's Colin Simmons. All right, let's bring in our guy, our SEC insider and prognosticator, fresh off of vacation, the one and only Lance Taylor of LancesLock.com. LT, how's it going?
Hey, fellas. Back from vacation, and I guess we're 16 days away from our first college football game.
How about that?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Where'd you go for vacay?
So I started at the world famous Floribama, so in Orange Beach, and then I went over to Navarre, Florida. I don't know how familiar you are with that. It was it's where they filmed Jaws 2 or parts of Jaws 2. It's just more secluded, just a little slice there on the Panhandle. Pretty cool place. I wondered in this random bar, and Lou Graham was about to play there. You know, the front man for Foreigner.
Oh, yeah.
Very random.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Foreigner's kind of a guilty pleasure of mine, but he's playing nice.
Urgent.
Yeah.
Jukebox hero.
Yeah. Cold as ice.
Feels like the first time.
Head games, good stuff, man. So I was in Orange Beach for a night, Navarre for a night, and then I was in Rosemary for a couple of nights. So I just kind of did a coast tour right there on the Gulf Coast.
Okay, so now you're
the Gulf of America, as they call it.
You're refreshed and ready for the football season?
I mean, as refreshed and ready as I'm going to get. But yeah, I'm excited, man. This time of year is always pretty incredible, and you know, preseason, the full slate gets started tonight. So we do have a package up and available. LancesLock.com. $75 gets you the entire preseason. We've won 8 of the last 9 preseasons. We had the Chargers last Thursday night against your Detroit Lions. Easy winner there. But yeah, so I'm ready to roll. Excited.
Nice. Yeah, LancesLock.com. $75 get you the whole preseason. Come on. All right, LT, we got to talk about these Alabama Crimson Tides, because what's going on at the quarterback position? Do we have a quarterback? Do we have some white smoke?
No. It's funny. We sent out one clip, and it was kind of a nonchalant throw over the middle from Ty Simpson, and it was getting picked apart. Like, oh my God, you know, like it's one clip. Like if this was the entire practice, then maybe people could be concerned. I don't think there's any concern at all. I mean, honestly, guys, the worst quarterback play we've probably seen in the last 18 years was last year with Jalen Milroe at times. But on the other times, first half
at Oklahoma?
Yeah, Oklahoma was awful. Tennessee was not good. But first half against Georgia, the LSU game, I mean, he was incredible. And he was arguably the best player in college football on those particular days. And then at times he was really, really bad. We've talked about it before. The Jalen Milroe experience was up and down. And I think you're going to get a much more consistent guy with Ty Simpson. What would be fascinating is if for whatever reason it's a disaster. The last quarterback to get a start, and it didn't work out, was Blake Barnett back in 2016 against USC. Jaylen Hurts, who, by the way, turned 27 today. What a 10 years he's had, right? Still young as hell at 27. But when Hurts came in against USC, took over and never looked back until Tua comes in. But you haven't had that shift in quarterback since then. I don't foresee it. I think the offense is going to be, again, much more consistent with Ryan Grubb calling the plays night in, night out. Nick Sheridan will still be a part of that. And obviously, Kalen DeBoer's fingerprints are all over it. But I think this Alabama team, I know the preseason ranking was 8. I heard some people say that they're overrated. I don't get that. But I think this is going to be a really good Alabama team. Really, really good.
Yeah. What are you expecting with Ryan Grubb being there? What are you expecting from this offense? How it's going to look differently from last year, which Ty Simpson, he's the quarterback, different than Milroe. But overall, what are you expecting for the Crimson Tide in 2025 on the offensive side, Lance?
Well, I think there's going to be a little more balance. Everybody talks about this receiver room led by Ryan Williams that is so good, and Jeremy Bernard, which I agree. Ironically, I was going to say it's going to be more balanced because if you go back to that Washington team you guys saw beat Texas in the semifinals, it was a really balanced team. Dylan Johnson running the football, 1,000+ yard. You had 3 guys that receivers that were, onto the NFL. But there was a lot of balance with that Michael Penix offense, and I think you're going to see more balance, although the reason Ryan Grubb supposedly got run out of Seattle last year is because they didn't have enough balance on that Seahawks offense. But I do think I think a couple of things, Zay. I think, a few. So I think there's more of a comfortable known with the Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer relationship. I think Ryan Grubb is not afraid to be the bad cop. I don't think you had a bad cop last year for whatever that's worth. It's just not Kalen DeBoer's personality. Ryan Grubb is a guy that will chew ass and is not afraid to do it. I think that is needed. So I just think there's much more confidence. And I just think Ryan Grubb is one of the best offensive coordinators in college football. And it was unfortunate they didn't have him last year, but now that the band is back together, I think you will see a better product on the field.
Okay, you think Alabama is going to be really, really, really good. And I look at Alabama and I see seven starters back on defense, 6 starters back on offense. The offensive line has 3 starters back. Parker Brailsford might be the best center. You like Jam Miller?
Yeah, I mean, look, Chip, it is interesting because I think last year was one of the more interesting years when you didn't really have a dominant back. I mean, you go back, and I guess you could say this about almost every position in the Nick Saban era. You just had dominant guys, and you didn't have that guy last year. I think Jam Miller could be that guy this year. I would be really surprised if he's not a 1,000-yard guy. But I also wouldn't be surprised if, it's not clear-cut Jam Miller is going to be your leading rusher. I think there's other guys on this roster that could be that. And I think this offensive line, and Ryan Grubb pointed this out a couple of days ago, the physicality of this offensive line. When you look at Caden Proctor, when we were in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago and he sat next to me, and I'm not exaggerating, the biggest human I've ever met in my life. Absolutely gigantic, very athletic. I've seen some mock drafts. Everybody has him in the top 10. I've seen some have him in the top 3. So I think that kind of shows you the difference maker he can be at left tackle. But the offensive line is going to be improved. Ryan Williams did have some drops in the second half of the season, as good as he was. I don't think there was the focus on running the football like there should have been. I think Jam Miller can be that guy. And again, I think you're going to get more consistency at the quarterback position.
Are we really calling the nickel position on the Alabama defense Husky?
The Husky, yeah. It's Kane Womack. I think a lot of Alabama fans were unsure about this guy, especially after the loss to Vanderbilt. But that defense got really good. You mentioned the 7 returning starters, and they've got elite guys at every level of that defense. And I think there were. I think it took a little bit when you made the transition from Nick Saban to Kane Womack, just his philosophies. I think it took a little bit of an acclimation period, which is understandable with these guys. But once they got it in late October and November, that defense was lights out. And I fully expect that defense to be a top 10, top 15 defense. And, when you go back to Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer, the last time they operated an offense together, they were first in passing yards per game. They were first in third down conversions. And I think you're going to get more of that with this offense.
Lance, what do you think about Keelan Russell? I mean, watched a lot of him being from Texas, Duncanville High, winning state championships. The dude could play player of the year in Texas. But what have you heard and seen from him early on in camp?
Well, I was talking to one of the coaches about a month ago, and he said the talent is undeniable. You're not going to be able to keep him off the field. There will be certain packages for Keelan Russell. I would assume we probably see him in Tallahassee in a couple of weeks against Florida State week 1, just in those certain packages. I think what would be fascinating if Ty Simpson comes out and doesn't play well, if the moment is too big, and then they've got to make a decision who that next guy would be. Would it be Austin Mack, who knows this offense, forwards and backwards, transferring from Washington, 2 years ago, playing for Ryan Grubb and Kayla DeBoer, or would it be Russell, a true freshman? From what I have heard, this is Ty Simpson's year, and then next year it is Russell's year. That's when he starts, and then they fully expect Russell to be a starting quarterback for 2 years and then on to the NFL. But I do think you're going to see some Russell, and I think when you look early at Alabama's schedule, although you've got names like Florida State and Wisconsin, I think there's going to be some of those breathable games where they've got, 21-point leads, and I'm including Florida State and Wisconsin on this. I think those are going to be ass whippings, at least early on, and I think you'll see Russell in some of those games.
I think it's wild that Alabama and Georgia are playing in the month of September.
I've actually been to 2 Alabama-Georgia games in the month of September, one in Tuscaloosa and one in Athens. And I remember the one in Tuscaloosa, I think it was the second week of the season, and this was probably 2001, 2002.
Because they barely ever played.
Yeah, and it was hot as hell. And it is weird to see that game in September. And it's one of those games, like everybody's talking about Georgia, Texas. Nobody's really talking about Georgia, Alabama. And the interesting thing there is, we've talked about this before, Kirby has an Alabama problem. I mean, obviously he beat Nick Saban one time, blew a couple of games, and then his one opportunity against Kayla DeBoer, it was so out of whack at halftime, but they came back and, almost pulled a miraculous comeback. But Kirby, for whatever reason, can't get over that Alabama hump. So that is a fascinating game.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have that quarterback situation nailed down quickly.
Yeah. And on the other side, though, how good is Gunner going to be for Kirby Smart?
Right.
Yeah. I think he's going to be good. I think Kirby is wise enough to know the position. And, I think early on, and I've been talking a lot of Stetson Bennett because he's turning some heads in Rams camp right now as the third guy. And it's interesting, the Stafford back situation. But when Stetson Bennett started his career, he was a game manager and he turned into an elite quarterback. I mean, Stetson Bennett, his last, couple of years, I mean, he was a dominant player.
Oh, yeah.
Gunnar Stockton, I don't know if he ever gets to that point, but, for Georgia fans that are maybe concerned about how skilled this guy is, I would look back to Stetson Bennett. And then I would also, I thought this was interesting, and I forgot who we had on, but they were talking about this 7-on-7 tour that was going through Atlanta a couple of years ago. Like all of the skill guys were saying their favorite quarterback to play with was Gunnar Stockton. So I think Gunnar Stockton, although you guys saw him, he looked really raw in that SEC championship game and obviously didn't look good against Notre Dame in the postseason. I think he's going to be better than advertised.
Stetson Bennett was like the sorority girl who didn't get into the sorority at the school she wanted to be in, transferred, got into the sorority, and then came back. I mean,
okay.
he walked on at Georgia, then he transferred to Jones College, then he comes back to Georgia, and he's a national champion, 2-time national champion.
Or is it the girl that leaves, goes and gets fake titties, comes back to school, and she really jumps out, and everybody's like, damn, I didn't notice this.
Come in Tokyo.
Yeah. That could be Stetson, too. The Stetson Bennett journey is pretty amazing. And not to make this a Stetson Bennett thing, but, first year in the NFL in camp, eyes wide open. He had to leave for personal reasons. Last year, I still think he was trying to figure out that offense. And now they're saying he's in the best football shape of his life. So really, really cool story. And Stetson Bennett's one of those guys, like, you hated him if you didn't like Georgia. But, man, he would be a fun guy to party with.
Lance, Texas Monthly dropped an article about Arch Manning today, and the thing that stood out the most in that article, well, not to Chip and I, the folks that are here in ATX, but national media, was when his grandfather Archie said that Arch will be at Texas for the 2026 season. Is this surprising to you in any way, or is just how the Mannings roll about getting those 30 starts so they're prepared for the NFL?
I would say right now, and we've talked about this a couple of weeks ago, so this doesn't surprise me at all, just because it just seems like it's part of the DNA of the Mannings. I mean, first of all, the kid doesn't need the money right now. The uncles, both Peyton and Eli, did this. I think the only way that maybe he would entertain going to the NFL, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, if Texas wins a national championship and he wins a Heisman Trophy, then what else can you really accomplish unless he wants to say, hey, let's do this thing back to back? I believe Arch is going to have a really good year in Sark's system. And I fully expect him to be a quarterback for the next couple of years, which to me, if I'm a Texas fan, I mean, how exciting is that? But I think Arch, and again, man, I have never even met the kid, but I think he's probably already processed this and has it in his head. And he's probably had these conversations with Sark as well. Like, I want to be your guy for 2 years. Like, this college experience, I would assume – back to having fun with Stetson Bennett, Arch can have as much fun as a college student could possibly have. I'm sure Colt McCoy, maybe the last really, really good Texas quarterback we had plenty of fun. And Colt wasn't getting paid, at least legally, he wasn't getting paid. So, Arch to be able to go out and make, hell, who knows, next year, $4 million, more than, Brock Purdy is going to make this year, or was going to make this year before he got that deal with San Francisco. I mean, he's making more than some of these rookie quarterbacks. So I fully expect Arch to be around, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I wrote an article a couple months ago saying, don't be surprised if he's at Texas for the 2026 season. What my man Hugh Freeze, I feel like he and Brian Kelly are both sort of detached, but am I missing something? I mean, is Auburn's season totally riding on Jackson Arnold?
Yeah, probably so, Chip, because they made the mistake of last year, and I think I've told you guys this. Hugh kind of sold me in multiple meetings that he really believed in Peyton Thorne, and they didn't need to go to the portal to get a quarterback, and they finally did this year, and they paid Jackson Arnold a couple of $1 million from what I hear. I think Arnold's going to be really good, and I think one of the reasons is because you have got maybe the best receiver room on paper that I have seen with the Auburn Tigers. They haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver. How long do you guys think it's been?
Probably a decade.
25 years.
Whoa.
That's not an exaggeration. I've even got more shocking for you. It has been 40. No, wait. Let me pull this back. It's been 37 years since they've had back-to-back 10-win seasons at Auburn.
Wow.
And you think about how easy, not easy, but how prevalent it is for teams to win 10 games in back-to-back seasons when you've got the expanded schedule now. Auburn hasn't won back-to-back 10-win seasons since 1988, but they have not had a 1,000-yard receiver since Ronnie Daniels back in 1999, which is pretty crazy. So with that said, I think when you look at Malcolm Simmons, who's had a little trouble, Cam Coleman really broke out second half of last year as a true freshman, and then Eric Singleton coming in that can do it all from Georgia Tech. This is the best wide receiver room we've seen with the Auburn Tigers. DJ Durkin with Keldrick Falk up front. They're going to be able to get after the quarterback, pressure the quarterback. I think year 2 under Durkin is going to be much better. I think Auburn, we talked about them in depth today. I think they're going to be much improved, but the problem is all the teams they play. Like Baylor's going to be better this year. Baylor's got one of the best backfields in all of college football. That game's in Waco on Friday night. They're going to be playing. Obviously they've got Georgia and Alabama on that schedule, but A&M should be improved. I'm starting to believe
at OU, at A&M.
Yeah. We know OU is going to be improved. A&M, I'm starting to believe Marcel Reed's going to be a little better than people think. Arkansas is going to be better this year than they were last year with back-to-back years with Bobby Petrino and Taylon Green. So that schedule, that game is so important. Like, to me, and I don't know if you guys feel like this, Texas going to Columbus and LSU going to Clemson, I think all 4 of those teams are in the college football playoff, win or lose, whatever that looks like. But that Friday night game in Waco, for both Aranda, who won 6 consecutive games to end last year, saved his job, and then Hugh Freeze, who is yet to have a winning season, I think it is a pivotal game for both of those guys, especially Freeze. If you lose that game and you have yet to crack into your SEC schedule, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yeah.
What's the word on Jackson Arnold right now? How's his camp been going? They feeling good about him and what he's doing? By the look on your face, not really.
I know it's been kind of indifferent. I haven't heard a lot. It's been more people talking about the receivers. You know, Hugh was talking about the RPOs, and he wants Jackson to run a little bit more. At least the last comments I heard from him earlier today, because Jackson is a really good athlete. You know, and we really didn't get a fair shake with Jackson Arnold last year. You guys watched Oklahoma. The offensive line was awful, giving up 50 sacks. The top 5 receivers were down. They didn't have a running back that went more than 600 yards on the ground. I mean, it was just like maybe the worst Oklahoma offense we've seen in the history of Oklahoma football. Ever. Yeah, even going back to John Blake and those disastrous days, it was terrible. So I do think that Jackson Arnold played with one hand behind his back. I think it is perfect that he is getting new scenery and he gets a restart. And I think he's going to be really good. But, you know, the problem is, much like the SEC in basketball where 14 to 16 go to the NCAA tournament, like, man, there's not a lot of off weeks. I know you can normally say that, but really looking at the SEC this year, you know, outside of Mississippi State, you know, I assume Kentucky coming off of 4-8 could be a little bit better. I don't know if the record will be, but I don't know bad teams in this league. I mean, Mississippi State's even going to be improved. Like, I think, you know, Blake Shapen is a better quarterback, and especially in year 2 under Jeff Lebby, than people are going to give him credit for being.
Okay, so Zay and I were having this conversation. I'm going to ask you who you think wins the Big 12 in a second, so you can think about that. But Texas plays at Kentucky after playing their Florida OU stretch. So Florida, at Florida, OU, then at Kentucky. Is that a trap game at Kentucky?
It would be if they wouldn't have lost their games in September. I really believe this, and I'm not saying this, I'm not exaggerating. I don't know about Ohio State now. Ohio State, this quarterback situation coming down to the wire has got me a little concerned because I think Texas's defense is going to be lights out. So I think whoever that quarterback is with Jeremiah Smith and all the skill they've got, I think Ohio State, I could see like a 13-10 game either way. But if they do trip up against Ohio State, I really think that game in Gainesville is going to be ultra difficult. I think the crowd is going to be so charged. It is just going to be unbearable, literally swamp heat down there. So I could see Texas going into the Red River Shootout at 3-2, Oklahoma undefeated, and then Texas doesn't lose again the rest of the year. And they end up 10-2, and I could see them play for the SEC championship, and they're completely fine. If they do survive Ohio State, watch out. Like, I don't, you know, Texas probably 11-1 at that point. But I do think they absorb a couple of losses. So Zach Calzada and Kentucky don't really scare me. I saw Zach Calzada as 100-1 to have the most passing yards in the SEC. You guys are free to shoot me in the head if Calzada, along with your 101, is the leading passer in the SEC. That will never happen under Mark Stoops, ever, in the history of football.
Ever. All right, who wins the Big 12?
I think it's Utah now. And stay with me. Terrible season last year by Kyle Whittingham standards. I did like BYU. BYU, obviously, you know, Retzloff decides to get naked with a girl, and we can't have that in 2025, so he's out. Goes to Tulane, which I think he's going to have a lot of fun in New Orleans. So I'm just not sure on what they've got at the quarterback position. But Whittingham coming off the 5-7, what they've got up front, you know, arguably the best offensive and defensive lines in the Big 12. And then Devin Dampier coming in at quarterback, bringing his former coach with him as OC to run that offense. I think they're going to be a really difficult out. I think 9-3 or 10-2 could win that league this year. But I'm going to go Utah, one of the more impossible leagues to predict. But gun to head right now, Utah. I think Kansas State will be right there. I will almost guarantee you that Arizona State will not win that league.
You're not feeling Rocco Becht in the Cyclones?
I do like Rocco Becht in the Cyclones, but Arizona State, who played Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game, that game that we talked about 17 days away, Iowa State, Kansas State, in Ireland. Super excited about that game. That's a great opener for us, and I think both of those teams could easily win the Big 12. I just think there's way too much hype with Kenny Dillingham. I like Sam Levitt. I think Scattaboo got them out of a lot of situations last year. I think he's going to be a big loss. I think Arizona State will be good, but don't be surprised in week 2 when they go to Starkville to play a Mississippi State team that was 0-8 in SEC play last year. I'm guessing right now Arizona State's going to be a 3.5, 4-point favorite on the road. I think Mississippi State's going to spring the upset.
Ooh.
How about that?
There you go. There's a little early nugget from lanceslock.com right there. Yeah, I can't get over how big that game is. Iowa State, K-State on August 23rd in freaking Ireland.
Yeah, can you imagine going back to the 80s and telling old school college football fans, Iowa State and Kansas State, both top 25 teams playing in Ireland? People would be like, what the hell are you talking about? Those programs were awful back in the day.
Yeah, and that could be the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, absolutely. But I know you're a Rocco Becht guy. I'm a Rocco Becht guy. I personally think Rocco Becht was better than Brock Purdy in Ames. Like, I thought Brock Purdy started out like a house of fire, but he never got better. That's what's so shocking to me. And I know he's in a great system with Kyle Shanahan, but for him to be getting the money he's getting right now and already playing in a Super Bowl is pretty incredible, because there's something about Rocco Becht. Rocco Becht's he's a gritty leader, just a really just fun college football player to pull for. But Matt Campbell's one of those guys. He's done an incredible job. I think in 9 years in Ames, he's had 7 winning seasons, which is absolutely insane. But sometimes you can't, when they're coming off that big year, like, they go down a little bit. So I don't know.
And he's terrible in September.
Yeah, which is weird.
So weird.
But I think Iowa's going to be good this year. Like, everybody's talking about Iowa last year with their schedule. But the Gronkowski kid that is coming over from North Dakota State or whatever, that kid looks like they finally have the semblance of a quarterback.
Yeah. Lance, your thought on Deion Sanders? Bladder cancer, going through a lot of just health issues, and said that he's going to be ready to coach the Buffalo this year. Your thoughts on that?
Okay, first of all, love Deion the player. I know you guys were talking about Colin Simmons and how confident the kid is. I mean, I don't know if you could ever tell me a player that was more confident than Deion Sanders. I just remember him like Babe Ruth against Clemson, calling his shot on a punt return. I remember when your Detroit Lions were talking about drafting him and he came out and said they don't have enough money to put me on layaway. He's backed up everything he's ever done and said. I have doubted him from day one as a head coach. I believed last year was going to be a disaster. I thought coming out of last year, that would be it. He would be 2 and done at Colorado. He wasn't going to coach past, Shador being his quarterback. And, he's committed, man. So I don't even want to doubt Deion anymore. Like, I never doubted him as a player. I have doubted him as a head coach, and I've gotten burned. If I had to, though, I would play the under 5.5 wins for Colorado this year. So I am kind of sort of doubting him, but Travis Hunter is one of the best players we've seen over the last 20 years. Shador, to me, was an elite college quarterback. We'll see how this plays out starting tomorrow night when he gets his first start in preseason for the Cleveland Browns. But those 2 guys are going to be really, really difficult to replace. And that's, Captain Obvious, but they are.
What do you make of the speeding tickets that Shador's picked up there in Cleveland? 2 of them.
Not needed. If he was my son, I'd kick him in the ass and be like, it was already so controversial how the perception of your lack of prep for the draft. And the last thing you want to do when you're going into this crowded quarterback room where Kevin Stefanski has absolutely no idea, or at least had no idea, what direction this thing was going to go, is any kind of side distractions. Like, why even drive? I know that sounds stupid, but like, first of all, I might be in the minority, and maybe have never had the kind of money to go out and get a McLaren or whatever these guys are driving. But I like jumping in an Uber. I like somebody driving me. I don't even like driving. So I don't understand that at all. But I would do my best. Like, if I wanted to party, I wouldn't go to bars. I would bring everybody back to my place. Like, I would just do everything I could to stay out of any potential situation that just has that negative look. I just think the optics are bad. Ultimately, if Shedeur goes out, plays extremely well, nobody's going to care.
Last one for me, Lance. Any NFL nuggets that you got from your Rams to the rest of the training camp in the National
The
Football
Lions.
Lions.
I was talking about the NFC North today. We had on an NFL guy. I was talking about that. You can make the argument the NFC North is the best division, and I can't figure it out. It's almost like the Big 12 this year, because I do think with Ben Johnson leaving you guys and Aaron Glenn and then Frank Ragnow retiring, I think Detroit probably takes a little bit of a step back. They're not going to go 15-2 again, but I think Green Bay is going to be a little bit better. Minnesota, I don't know. You know, J.J. McCarthy, people are saying it doesn't look great, but everybody that plays for Kevin O'Connell has been good. That defense under Brian Flores is really good. So, like, I could see any of these teams kind of win the NFC North outside of maybe Chicago. That jumps out to me a little bit. Tonight, just to let your listeners and viewers know, I got a free play on the Colts. There was a time where you never bet against Baltimore in the preseason. I don't know if you guys realize this. From 2016 until August of 23, they won 24 consecutive preseason games. And now I think because they lost that streak, I don't think Harbaugh cares as much. Starters aren't going to play. And I think for Shane Steichen going into year 3 as the Colts head coach, it sucks for him because I think it's a pivotal year whether or not he survives. And he's trying to figure out, is it Anthony Richardson or is it Daniel Jones? Not really. That would be like I don't even know a good analogy. I guess if your plane was going down, you have to jump with a parachute, pick your parachute. And that's kind of where you are with these guys. But I do think both of these guys, Anthony Richardson will play a quarter and a half. Then you will see Daniel Jones come in. I think both will play well tonight. So I've got the Colts -6 on the road, free play tonight against the Ravens.
A.D. Mitchell, baby.
He's actually turning heads right now. He had a lot of drops. He had the worst catch for I forgot exactly how you word this. For targets, his catch percentage was the worst in the NFL. But from what people are saying in camp, he's playing really well. Jordan Whittington playing well for the Rams too, fighting for that third receiver spot right now. Probably going to be the fourth guy, but he's going to play.
Okay, I got to ask you this. The Arkansas kid that the Lions drafted, Isla or whatever, they're comparing him to Puka Nacua. Lance doesn't even know who I'm talking about.
I really don't. But I'll say this. Puka Nacua, when he came out, I was like, man, he's got a shot to be decent. We had a big fantasy draft, and I got him with the last pick in like a 12 fantasy person draft. And then Puka goes out and sets all these NFL records. You can't see those kind of guys coming. And by the way, Puka was doing it with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Now, golf ain't bad, but
easy there. Don't
best trade in NFL history. For both. No, for both. I mean, it worked out. You guys had the 1 seed last year, and you guys ended up, shitting the bed.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, the injuries 2 years ago shit the bed. Last year, the injuries sank them. Yeah, Isaac Tesla, Tesla. I've never heard of this guy, but saying he could be the next Puka Nacua. He played at Arkansas. I covered Texas, Arkansas. I don't remember that kid making a single play.
Yeah, I don't remember much about him.
All right.
Yo, Lance, how are they getting the dildos in these WNBA games, man? 3 in like a 2-week span? What are we doing?
It scares me if they're cracking down on this and people are still getting them in. You can only use your imagination. how you might be able to sneak one of these things in. I haven't seen The Hunting Wives yet on Netflix.
So good.
It's a good
I
show.
have heard about a particular scene with the local sheriff, which kind of scares me a little bit. But I mean, as long as somebody doesn't get hit in the head, it's kind of funny, right? I think they've had some offshore accounts where you can wager on what color the next one to come out of the crowd is going to be. Funny, not long ago, dildos were illegal in the state of Alabama.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it might have been, time flies so quickly now. It might have been 15 or 20 years ago. But, yeah, I remember there was a big story. They were illegal, and they're not now.
How about that? There you go. All right, so everybody needs to get over to lanceslock.com.
Lanceslock.com. We have 3 plays up, 2 preseason games tonight. We also have Raiders Seahawks later. I gave you a free play with the Colts minus the 6 on the road against the Ravens, but you can get the entire preseason package next 3 weeks. It's only $75 for all of that. We will also have a big college and NFL package coming out as well. So jump on board and win with us. We've been hot in baseball, but going into year number 11. So jump on board and win with us.
You like my Tigers?
Your Tigers in baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This has been a weird year in Major League Baseball. Like, Cubs, Brewers playing so well. Blue Jays, the way they're playing right now. Your Tigers. And my Dodgers, even with Shohei having a good outing last night, they're in a funk.
All right. Well, listen, you are the best. Welcome back from vacation. Let's do it again next week.
I look forward to it, fellas. Let's win. Lanceslock.com. Talk soon.
Let's go. There he is, Lance Taylor. The Lance Taylor on the social media. And lanceslock.com.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot about that Hunting Wives show. You been watching it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm all about my lesbian and sex scene.
Oh, yeah.
I heard there's some of that. I gotta see what's
fantastic. That show. we devoured that on vacation. Like,
oh, word?
Oh yeah.
You and wifey?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, Hunting Wives. I think it's in Texas. I don't know where it's set, but it's somewhere in the South. Obviously, I think it's Texas though. But yeah. It's good. If you like hot chicks getting it on, then you're probably gonna like it.
That's all I heard. I heard it's good, so I gotta check it out.
Yeah, put that up there on your list. Feel free to send one back my way, y'all, in the comments on the YouTube channel, because I'm looking for a new bingeable series. I never watched the show Scandal.
Oh yeah, Kerry Washington.
Yeah, and Elle Bell is like you'd like it. So I've been watching that. It's pretty good. But yeah. Any other suggestions? I'm down.
Yeah, love me some Kerry Washington, man.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
Did you ever see that show?
A little bit. I couldn't get into it. Any of those, political shows that are like West Wing. Veep was dope. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, just because I love her, huge Seinfeld fan. I think if it was anybody not named Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I probably wouldn't have watched Veep, but I had no idea what was going on. But it was still funny in a way. But like anything else, like those West Wing shows and all those, shows that are based in DC, I try to stay away from that.
All right, so Veep, I need to check that out.
Check out Veep. Veep's hilarious.
Okay.
Veep's a good show. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Uh-oh. Rodney is down on the Hunting Wives. Rodney says, not one effing actor can pull off a Texas Southern accent unless they're actually Southern. I can't get past that with Hunting Wives. I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah. Was it like Brian Kelly tried to do the?
No.
Okay.
Now, maybe it was for Rodney. Wasn't that bad for me. Okay, Waterfront. We're getting a vote for Waterfront on Netflix. And thanks, Harry. And Run the Burbs. Okay.
My wife and I watched the show on Prime that had Jessica Biel on it and Elizabeth Banks, and their sisters on the show.
Yeah, the Good Sister.
Yeah, they're sisters, and Jessica Biel's husband gets murdered, and they have to find out who did it. That was good. I don't know what it's called. Better Sisters? Yeah. Was that?
We're waiting for the next season, right?
Yes. You
Bad
seen
Sister.
it?
Yeah. I liked it.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Bad Sister. Sorry, I said Good Sister. It's Bad Sister.
Yo, Jessica Biel, still one of them ones. She been 20-something years in the game. I used to watch Seven Heaven. Seven Heaven. Hey, man. That was my
What's that terrible Sandler movie? I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry.
Oh, that's when,
she is so strong in that movie.
Oh, it's tough.
And of course, Sandler's like groping her. Like Sandler, casts himself married to Selma Hayek and
Jennifer
Aniston, Brooklyn Decker.
Yeah, he cleans up.
I'm like, Sandler, you are a genius.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore. Love me some Drew Barrymore. Like, you're not a Drew Barrymore person?
Yeah, but I mean, Drew Barrymore's no Selma Hayek.
I mean, yeah, like Selma Hayek.
Well, yeah, no, she's funny. She's good.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore, she's like an 18-8 a game. Selma Hayek, that's like 20-10. You know, but 18-8 for 30-some years, that's Hall of Fame worthy, in my opinion. We'll take that. We'll take those numbers. Oh, Rex, you bugging. You bugging. 51st Dates, Charlie's Angels. Come on, man. Love me some very more.
We're getting some good recommendations, I think. 9 Perfect Strangers from Troy. Appreciate that. Schitt's Creek.
Schitt's Creek. My wife loves that show. I could never get into it, but I did that classic husband thing when you walk by and you see what your wife's watching and somehow you become interested. But I've also fell back a little bit on Schitt's Creek. I let her have that one. She can watch that by herself. I'm good. But I heard it's a good show.
Hacks. We're getting some nominations for Hacks. All right.
Show.
Oh my God. Now this movie is one of the all-timers. CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, says 12 years ago today, We're the Millers was released. That movie is fantastic. You ever seen it?
Yeah, is that Sudeikis?
Yeah, and Aniston.
Mm-hmm.
And the drug cartel.
Yeah, that's good.
And the dopey kids. It's such a good movie. Oh, man. That is so good. Okay. All right. Keep them coming. We're looking for some recommendations. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here, folks. Like cover 3, it's Thursday, so the college weekend starts today. What better place to go wrap up the, have a little happy hour than at cover 3 right there in Anderson Lane. Great food. I just I had the brick chicken and mac and cheese the other night. So good. And The drinks, so good. The Cover 3 press, it's like drinking a spa day in a glass. So good. Look, the Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly calls it one of the top burgers in all of the state of Texas. Get into Cover 3, enjoy it. Make your plans for brunch. The breakfast quesadilla is out of this world. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, you like shrimp or bacon in your Bloody Mary, they've got you. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. And for my guys who are snoring, take advantage of the Sleep Cycle Center. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has committed his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And he doesn't want you or anyone else to have to endure anything like that. And look, snoring is more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity right now. First of all, it's great that we have the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin, in Lakeway, and at the Arboretum. But you tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And you're going to get, Dr. Chad has the best technology to diagnose your sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds your lower jaw open while you sleep so that you get that oxygen you need, you get that deep sleep, and you wake up rested. Because if you're snoring all night and you find yourself waking up throughout the night, it's because you're not getting enough air to breathe. That's scary. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Just do it. We're fortunate to have that. All right. And our man, Tom McKay, is waiting for you when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams. And hello, that K-State, Iowa State football game is in like 16 days. So let's get on it. If we're thinking about it, let's do it. You just call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screen TVs, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. In Austin, there's only one place to go. avconsultations.com. Zay, we got Jason all cranked up. What's up? And here's something. So, have you formulated any thoughts on the NFL? Like who you think is in contention?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, obviously not as much as college football, but a little bit. You know, I'm very high on the Falcons, not just because of Bijan Robinson, but I've been hearing.
How'd you pronounce his name?
Bijan. That's how it's pronounced. Bijan Robinson. No Bijan. But yeah, Michael Penix looked good. Drake London's looked good. So I expect the Falcons to win the South this year and make some noise a little bit. Yeah, I know. I heard that CB, Jaden Blue, was carted off today, but he's also not in pads, but back on the field, and he's not in the boot or anything like that. So that's good news. But I expect the Cowboys to be good this year. George Pickens, Dak Prescott. I expect the Cowboys. They might not win the division, but they're going to upset some teams. I can see 3 teams in that NFC East making it to the playoffs. So that NFC, it's rough. It's rough. And then I think the Bengals are going to get off to a better start this year. They're usually awful in September, and they have to pick it up. I think they're going to do that early on. But, yeah, 49ers, they got the worst or the easiest schedule in the league. So expect them to make some noise. Christian McCaffrey coming back. A lot of storylines in the NFL this year, but still expect the same teams to be there at the end. Kansas City, Philly, your Lions. Who's going to be those other teams that make some noise and surprise some folks? We'll see.
So it's interesting because Ben Johnson, who left the Lions to become the head coach of the Bears, his offense is really verbose. A lot of verbiage, a lot of two play calls. It's a lot. And Caleb Williams, this is going to be like being a rookie all over again, learning this offense. So I'm not expecting the Bears to hit the ground running. I'm expecting them to sort of sputter and cough. And I got to see if Caleb Williams can, he came from an air raid offense where it was like Lincoln Riley had the play sheet on an index card. And a lot of it was just, he wasn't calling out plays in a huddle. And Ben Johnson likes to huddle. So I'm real interested to see how quickly Caleb Williams can pick up this offense and if Ben Johnson can play call some life into that offense. My guy Roma Dunze was not very good last year. He sure was good against Texas. Caught everything.
Everything.
But I draft him in fantasy, my rookie dynasty draft, and the guy was terrible.
Yeah. Well,
I drafted Jaden Daniels.
Matt Eberflus, I don't think he's a good head coach. I think he's a decent coordinator. So Cowboys fans, don't think that you're going to get that Matt Eberflus that was in Chicago in the D. So I think that was a part of the issue this last year. We heard all those things, just like weird things about not watching film the right way. Like Caleb Williams wasn't taught to watch film the right way by those guys. They didn't help him out that much. And also when Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels are having the success that they had last year, it makes you look bad if you're Caleb Williams and you're having all those ups and downs. So the talent is there. Like, I think DJ Moore is a solid player. Roma Dunze, I think he's going to have a better year than he did last year. We talked about Roshan Johnson taking that next step and being a big contributor for those guys. And, they got DeAndre Swift, which we'll see there, but they should be better. It's just, Caleb Williams is a weird guy. He's just a weird guy. And you talk about Lincoln Riley. Like, Lincoln Riley's always coached interesting quarterbacks. Like Kyler Murray, weird. Baker Mayfield, weird. In his own way, Jaylen Hurts is kind of weird too. But Jaylen Hurts with a Super Bowl, like, can't say anything about Jaylen Hurts now, even though a lot of people like Cam Newton. So, like, it's just Lincoln Riley quarterbacks, they're a little different. And hopefully Caleb Williams can figure it out and be what everybody's expecting them to be. And that's a dynamic QB in this era of playing quarterback that can do it with his arms and his legs.
What's Cam Newton saying about Jaylen?
Oh, Cam Newton went out and said that he ain't a top 10 quarterback in the league. And, the talent around him is the reason why he's successful, basically. So that was a whole thing. And Philly fans had their way with that. And podcaster and former rapper who's very popular, Gilly the Kid, who's from Philly and is a part of that Barstool crew. He's very animated. So him and Cam have been beefing for like the last 2 weeks about different things, which Gilly's a weird guy. He's a very weird, but he's funny. He's funny as hell. He's the ultimate troller. Like, you can't take Gilly the Kid that serious but they had some crazy beef, and Johnny Manziel ended up getting into the beef because Gilly, who never played football in his life, was saying a lot of things that he shouldn't have said because it was disrespectful to Cam Newton, who had a really good career, even though he had that issue of not jumping on the ball in the Super Bowl. Like that's what Gilly was bringing up, old stuff. And our Johnny Football said he was going to slap the hell out of Gilly next time he saw him for disrespecting Cam Newton and stuff. So, yeah, that was weird. Very TMZ stuff there. But, yeah, I love Jaylen Hurts. Like, you know me, I was one of those guys last year. I apologized. I was like, yo, this Jaylen Hurts guy, I don't know. Doesn't seem authentic. Seems like a problem. One of those guys that might not be able to take your team, put them over the mountaintop, says some weird things, some very cliche, just weird things in the media. And come to find out, no, that's just who he is. And he was incredible last year while they were hoisting that Vince Lombardi trophy.
What timing?
Again.
He hoists the Lombardi trophy and gets a 5-year, $255 million contract. I remember Jaylen Hurts coming to Texas. I remember him and his dad talking to Charlie Strong outside of Moncrief and thinking, man, Jaylen Hurts, this dude is put together. Of course, Texas bungled that, and Jaylen went to Alabama and played for national championships. Then he goes to OU. And, second round pick of the Eagles. He and Nick Foles, now the only 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks in that city.
Yeah.
But great timing. 5-year, $255 million deal. I still cannot believe Brock Purdy banked this offseason.
Yep. No need to slang hot tubs no more, mom and pops. We good. We good, baby. My man Brock Purdy cleaned up.
5-year, $265 million. He got 10 more million than Jaylen Hurts, and Jaylen Hurts won a Super Bowl.
Man. And I respect that because Jaylen Hurts could have broke the bank. He said, no, I want my guys to get paid too.
Right.
That's how you got to do it. So, by the way, I know you're not the biggest Drake fan. And after seeing this, I lost a little bit of respect from Drake, man. Because Drake was in Johnny Manziel, like A&M fit at his recent concert, which is really weird. Like, I don't know what made him say this is cool, but on the back it reads, "Will go to hell about Johnny Manziel." I don't get it. Like, I don't really understand why him and Johnny are still so tight. Like, I remember when him and Johnny were cool when Johnny was getting all the fame and stuff during the Heisman days, but that's been freaking 10 plus years. So,
right, 13 years ago.
Yeah, that's been a hot minute. But Drizzy still repping his boy, still loves his boy, which I have seen Johnny Manziel recently. He does have a podcast, or he was doing some interview with somebody, and he said F Kendrick. So they're still really close. For him to say F Kendrick, like, that's your boy. You riding for him. And obviously Drake appreciates his loyalty. But when I see Drake wearing A&M gear, I'll be the first one to say A minor.
A&M minor.
A&M minor. Like, yeah, I'm Team Kendrick when Drake wants to do all this.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I've been Team Kendrick from day one.
You have. I respect that about you.
I gotta say, I always say, Harj and I, our only on-air fight when we were doing a show together was about Drake. I was like, the guy is talentless. He's like, according to you, I'm like, yeah.
Now, talentless is crazy. That's a crazy thing for you to say.
Well, I don't like his voice. I don't like his lyrics. I don't like his beats. I don't get it.
Like beats.
I don't like it. Started at the bottom. Now we're here.
That's a whack song. That's a bad song.
Congrats.
Yeah, I don't like that song either.
You know, Kendrick, that guy's a wordsmith. Eminem, come on. These guys are wordsmiths. I don't know, Drake. I went to go see him at ACL. He talks to the honeys. The honeys love him.
They love him. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember who said this, but somebody made a really good point about Drake. And they were like, he's an actor. He's an actor first. Like what CB's saying, go watch Degrassi. I watched Degrassi growing up, CB. That was a very traumatic show for teenage Zay to see because I was like, damn, Canadians are really living like this in high school. Like that show was like General Hospital dramatic. But he was an actor first, and then he became a music sensation. So people are saying that's how he approaches the rap and R&B game, like as an actor, to where he could seem fake, but he's so talented and could like flip the switch at any moment that like you kind of see the best of both worlds. Because he does. I'm not like you. I'm definitely more Kendrick than I am Drake, but I still appreciate Drake's music. Like there's some jams that he has where I'm like, okay, he's very smart to, he loves Houston hip hop, which I'm a Houston hip hop savant. Like, we want to talk Houston rap. I could talk all day about that. So he has dabbled with Houston rap before, and it's been pretty good. I will admit it. It's been pretty good, and I respect it. But yeah, he's just don't like the A&M, Drizzy. Don't like you rocking the Johnny Manziel stuff. That's whack. But whatever. That's his boy, Jimmy Brooks, wheelchair Jimmy. Yeah.
How's our man Travis Scott doing these days?
Oh, he got dissed the other day or a couple of months, well, maybe not a couple of months ago, but I don't know if you know the hip hop group Clips, two brothers, Pusha T and Malice. Pusha T, very popular, talk about wordsmith, those guys, they got Kendrick on their album. They probably have the album of the year, Clips does. A couple of months to go for other people to drop their album, but most likely Clips will win hip hop album of the year when it comes to the Grammys in February. Pusha T dissed the hell out of Travis Scott on that album. Like bad. Calling his baby mama Kylie Jenner, the B word and stuff. Like it was bad to where I don't know if Travis Scott has fully recovered, but Travis Scott, he's also a part of like, he's a lot like Drake. He's just he got with a Kardashian and stuff. Like he's all about the flash. It's not necessarily about the lyrics and stuff. It's all about just making those bangers and club bangers, which I've never liked Travis Scott. Like he's the opposite. He's from Houston and he couldn't sound less like a Houston rapper, which doesn't make any sense to me. He doesn't sound like a Houston rapper at all. Like I was shocked when I found out he was from Houston, but I guess he's still doing this thing. I guess he's still thriving in the world, but I haven't heard any Travis Scott music lately. And I'm good with that.
Because one of Tiger's roommates at Colorado State was in that melee.
The Astro World?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And was part of that class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Wasn't a good
Anyway. You know.
Yeah, a little hip hop talk on Chip and Zay. I appreciate that.
You know, a little every once in a while. You never know what you're gonna get. Never know. Gonna surprise you here and there.
Yeah. I'll get back to these players a little bit before we get to the chip shot and the right call, because Trey Weisner, what he said about Arch Manning, I was like, okay, I like that. He said Arch looks like a madman. That's my dog. 16. Arch looking good. He's doing a better job of being a vocal leader, whether it's the defense or offense. He has definitely stepped up. That's what I like to hear. That's what I'm talking about.
Quintravian Weisner is the best. I hope that dude has all the success in the world, because he's been through a lot, man. Like, you know, he was at Waco Connolly. His mom was working 2 jobs. She lost them both in COVID. They had to move to DeSoto. And Quintravian Weisner was like, all right, let's go. And that guy's eternally optimistic, positive, pointed in the right direction. He's a special human being. You know, he's just different.
Yeah.
And he's perfectly fine standing on his own ground. Like he doesn't need anyone else's approval. He is totally comfortable in his own skin. And you talk to the coaches, they're like, this guy brings juice every day. And if he doesn't feel like it's where it should be, he'll stop practice and be like, this ain't it, guys. You know?
Yeah.
Those are the kind of guys that help you win big. Those are the kind of guys that come through in a tight game when you just got slapped with some adversity you weren't expecting. That's the kind of guy that says, we're good. Let's get out there and everybody do their job and we'll be fine. Like that to me is one of, and I'll make this the chip shot because this is kind of where I was going. You know, you don't know about your leadership until you get hit with adversity. And every team is different. So last year you had Kelvin Banks, and I'm going to focus on the offense because I feel quite confident that if adversity strikes and the defense has to go out and play short field defense, that Anthony Hill and Michael Taff and Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons are going to handle it. They did it last year. I think they'll do it again. But on offense, your biggest vocal leader is DeAndre Moore and Quintravian Weisner. We don't know how Arch is going to handle adversity. Let's say he gets stripped and fumbles at the 10 and Ohio State goes up, by 3 with 2 minutes left. How's Arch going to handle that drive? We don't know. And that's why a guy like Quintravian Weisner is so important. DeAndre Moore, so important. Because for some of these guys, it's natural to be a leader. For others, like DJ Campbell, he's not a real vocal guy, but he can be. Cole Hudson's probably the most vocal on that offensive line. Jack Endries, I think, is going to be vocal, but we don't know. We don't know. How's Ryan Wingo going to respond? Ryan Wingo, with all these extra targets he's going to get, could be the breakout star of this offense. I don't know what he's like under adversity. So that's the question that I think even the coaches won't know until it's happening. And it's probably going to happen on August 30th. You would think going to the Horseshoe, taking on a team that, coaches have ranked preseason number 2, even though they just lost a bunch of dudes to the NFL, just like Texas. Texas lost more, but it's going to be fascinating because leadership, you find out what you're made of when you're under duress. Are you calm? Are you the one getting everyone back focused? Or are you the one throwing helmets around?
Right.
And that's what we got to see. And Arch is interesting because he is more emotional. He is more, he's going to show you what he's feeling way more so than Quinn. And people were like, oh, Quinn. Listen, Quinn being that, it's not a bad thing. That's okay. Quinn would get pumped up after a big play, but he handled the ups, the downs. And again, when healthy, which I always point to the Alabama game in 23 and the Michigan game last year, Quinn was a surgeon. So let's see how Arch handles that, because that you can kind of practice it, you can kind of prepare, but there's nothing like some big record scratch moment in front of 103,000 people at the Horseshoe with those animal fans. So, got to sneak that one in there.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's the part that we learn about day of. We don't really even have a good reference base for Arch. At Isidore Newman, Arch is the first one to joke, I played 2A football. I played 2A high school football. Like, he knows that's not the big time. It's not like he was at, St. Augustine High School in New Orleans, where he's up against, all the guys all the big time recruits, the Honey Badger and all the dudes that came out of New Orleans. So I'm just saying, very interested to see how Arch handles adversity.
Yeah, I discussed that a little bit yesterday because, Sark and those comments that he made about guys not allowing a bad play to overlap the rest of the day or the rest of the drive and things like that. I'm not saying that Arch Manning's one of those guys, but somebody is. Somebody on this offense, maybe multiple guys, are hanging their head after a bad play instead of doing a little Men in Black flashy thing and forgetting the last play and being locked in for the next play, because that next play could be 6 or be a huge chunk of yards. You just never know. So, yeah, I'm with you there, man. Like, we won't know how these guys react until that adversity strikes. And when it does, how you going to handle it? You're going to be locked in. You're going to stay grounded. You're going to have your teammates back, so you're going to fold.
Right.
Simple as that. So,
yeah. Let's see. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned, operated out of the great city of Austin, Texas. Been serving the Austin area for over 100 years, man, and been doing it well. Y'all get down to Covert BK in the beautiful Hill Country and check them out. If you're needing a new pre-owned car, doesn't matter. A lot of y'all got that check engine light coming on. Your kids might be turning 16 soon. You're thinking about a new car or a pre-owned car. Covert BK will hook you up. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are the brands that they have. If you want to check them out, go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Wifey and I, Covert BK people, got our Buick Encore GX and couldn't love it more. It's absolutely beautiful and it gets us where we need to go. And you could be like my wife and I too, and get around the ATX in style with our Covert Bee Cave vehicles. So again, check them out at covertbeecave.com. My man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, the whole team at Covert Bee Cave, they're terrific. No sleazy car salesmen, no guys trying to make the quota, make you feel uncomfortable, try to G you in the worst way. You don't want that. You want somebody that will work with you, that will answer all your questions, that will be as patient as you want to be, and they got that at Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So they found one of the kids that was throwing the dildo on the court. Caden Lopez, for the one the other night, 18 years old. And right now, my man Caden, who he looks like a dildo thrower. He looks like one of those. He looks like a kid that needs some help. You know, therapy, counseling, Ritalin. I don't know, but Caden.
What the hell does that mean? He looks like a dildo thrower.
Look at him. We got him. If you're listening on the app, we are showing a picture of the felon throwing the line. Hulk.
Can we call him alleged prankster?
Alleged? No, he did it. There ain't no alleged. He's the guy.
He admitted it?
They locked him up. You know how they got cameras everywhere in these arenas? They could go back and see where that dildo came from and find that person. We saw last year when people were throwing stuff at the football games, and the technology they have to just find anyone sitting in the stands, and they could just go back and look at the film. Oh yeah, red-handed. They got my man.
I don't think Texas identified one student. Remember the SEC said go back and find all those students and take their tickets away. I don't think they ever found. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, that's different though. You can't. There was a lot of people that were throwing water balls at that Georgia game last year. And yeah, Jack a felon. He hit Sophia Cunningham, bruh. Sophia Cunningham, not just anybody. Not just anybody. Sophia Cunningham got hit with that dildo. Yeah. My man got to do a little bit of time. And this is number 3, Jack. This is number 3. It'd be different if it was number 1. Number 1, wait, okay.
You pinning him for all 3?
No. He's just the one that got caught. I don't know about the others. All right. But yeah, I hope
you got this guy convicted already.
Oh, he is. He
what
is.
What do you mean? What happened to due process?
Nah. We got him. We got him on tape. How he snuck it in? That's another question to have, because that
cowboy boots.
Yeah, you keep talking about cowboy boots.
Makes sense. What?
I don't know.
It's got to be cowboy boots.
Okay. We'll say it's the cowboy boots. We'll stick with that.
What are you saying? He tucked it in his pants?
I mean, I don't know. Could have. Maybe. Like, people have done worse things, right? Like,
I guess so.
I just hope Caden gets some help, man. I just hope he gets some help, because something's wrong with him. Something's off about old Caden. And, you know, we all need help in some sort of way. It just, Caden might need more than others. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is a wild thing. I still can't believe that this is a thing. Like, the WNBA, they tried so hard, man. The product's so much better than it used to be. And we got these clowns out here wilding out, man. Just a disgrace. But all right, here's another story for you that I saw floating around social media today. So Ryan C. Fowler works in Tuscaloosa, one of the radio stations, has the show called The Game, covering Alabama football, Alabama sports. So he said something that went viral the other day because he says that Texas has come into the SEC with a type of arrogance that he doesn't like. And this goes back to what I was talking about weeks ago about like, there's we don't root for nobody else in the SEC because nobody roots for Texas in the SEC. And hearing this statement, which I'm about to play, is why it fits. Listen to my man, Ryan C. Fowler, talk about Texas and how they came into the SEC that Ryan didn't like so much.
I hope somebody knocks them off pretty quick and they can get their ego in check. That's probably not going to happen, but, man, I respect Oklahoma. I'm not a big fan. I wish we'd have never invited the Shorthorns to be a part of the SEC. I know they bring a lot of status and money and all this ego stuff, but I sure do appreciate Oklahoma's kind of quiet entrance, respectful. But that's when you don't have to fake your success and you don't have to, you've got a full trophy cabinet and you showcase that. Unlike Texas, one national title in 54 years, they kind of have to inflate something that's really not there.
Damn.
Right? Like, OU coming in quietly is because they got nothing to rah-rah about.
Right. They're getting their ass kicked.
They're getting their ass whooped. Like,
that was a historically bad OU offense last year.
Right. Like, what do they have
so
to
you
about?
Appreciate them coming in and basically lying down for everybody, except for Alabama. Like, is that really what we're going with?
And look, I when things are clipped up like this was a 40-second clip. Who knows what Ryan said before and after? You know what I'm saying? I think that, like, put in context, I think it's a little different. Like, you know what I'm saying? But this clip doesn't sound good. And it sounds like some real hating, which I appreciate. You know me, love me a good hater. I'm a hater. There's degrees of hatred out there. We're all haters deep down, but there's degrees. There's levels to it. You dig? What Ryan's doing is exactly what I'm talking about. Nobody in the SEC, Texas winning the Directors Cup, which, again, got a lot to pump our chests out about. We're out here winning Directors Cups in the SEC after all the struggles. Charlie Strong era, Tom Herman era, a lot of struggles, man. Exactly. Take cover. So, yes, Texas has every right to talk their stuff, to be prideful. And also, I don't think Texas has been disrespectful. Like, I don't know what, like, yeah, we're going into SEC country and taking big-time recruits. What do you expect? Like, I don't know what do you expect? Y'all come to Texas all the time and take big players.
DJ Lagway.
It's fair game. So I don't know what Ryan was, I don't know what he's talking about exactly here, besides just straight up disliking Texas and disliking, like, they got Arch Manning. Like, how could they get Arch Manning? And we know when it came down to Arch Manning selecting schools, it was between Bama, Georgia, Texas. So if you're an Alabama person and you're like, damn, we just had one of the greatest runs of all time, why wouldn't he want to be a part of that? Meanwhile, Texas has had one of their worst runs of all time. Why the hell would Arch want to go there? I get it. That's easy to hate. But to say that Texas came in like disrespectful and stuff, I don't think that. It's just, hey, we're in the conference. We ain't come here to lose. Like, that, what you want from us? Winning softball championships, swim teams always on point, football teams always relevant at this point, baseball relevant, basketball getting better, getting back, being relevant, Final Four, women's basketball. What you want?
What you want?
You know what Drake's saying this last song? What did I miss? What did I miss here? I don't know what
Drake.
But yeah, It felt appropriate with what we were talking about. It felt appropriate.
Well, this A&M's the one. Everyone's like, oh, Texas money whipped. They're money whipping. I'm like, you got to have a culture to win. Like, everybody's dipping in the NIL pot, doing their thing. But you still got to have a culture, and you got to have players who are committed to each other. A&M signed the number 1 class in the history of college football. That thing fell apart faster than wet Kleenex because there was no culture. You can money whip them, but then you got to have a locker room that cares about each other. It's willing to put in the work. They had dudes smoking weed before the games.
In that Brittany Griner pen.
Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's like, come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to get after someone for throwing money around, that's the greatest example of. And then they spent $77 million to fire their coach. Like, if Texas had done that and rolled up into the SEC, hey, we just dropped $77 million to get rid of our coach. Why don't y'all stand back? No, that was A&M.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. But listen, Texas, the reason I love covering Texas is because you either love Texas or you hate Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, you're going to pay attention to Texas. And that's why I, for 33 years, have had a job.
Right.
Because I'm going to cover Texas, tell you the good, the bad, the ugly. And that's why we got Aggies and Sooners listening to this show in droves, because they always want to know what's going on at Texas so that they can either go tell their friends, man, Texas is doing this, we need to do that. Or they can go, man, Texas is doing this, those fools.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. It's Notre Dame is the same way. The Yankees, Lakers, Celtics, Cowboys, teams you love or hate.
Yeah.
Not much in the middle.
Not much in the middle. Yeah. And Jack, I had to play it, man. I had to let y'all know this is how they look at Texas. This is how these folks around the nation, like, no.
What I can't believe is Feinbaum sounds like he's coming around on Texas because he's got a crush on Arch.
Oh, yeah. He's on that Arch Manning jock pretty hard.
Like, he had to kind of mop up his drool when Arch walked by him at SEC Media Days.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, because Feinbaum used to just put Texas in the dirt every chance he got. I remember in the Charlie Strong era, he's like, Charlie's lost the locker room. I'm like, what do you know about Texas's locker room, fool? But now that Texas is in the SEC, Feinbaum's like, well, let's be a little bit more thorough in our conversation about the Longhorns. Of course, it helps that they're got their head out of their bupkis and are headed in the right direction finally. I think even Texas fans are like, man, we're in contention for a conference title, national title for a third straight year. Like, think about that. That never happened the last 15 years. I mean, before Sarkisian took over. Never. You'd be like, ooh, maybe that year, maybe in 2 years, when this guy's older and that quarterback and this defensive lineman. Now it's like, oh, we're still in contention.
Yeah, before we throw open gym on Texas football, their Twitter X account, whatever, they posted a video of highlights of practice and stuff, and Jelani McDonald had an interception. look how high this fool Jelani McDonald gets on this interception. Are you serious, man? This is like Dominique Wilkins athleticism. Like, that's how high he is. Like Neek type stuff. Just bounce. I'm sure Jelani McDonald, cold, no stretching, no nothing, could go out on the basketball court and throw down a windmill or something like that. Like, you've always raved about his athleticism and things like this. This is why it could be a contract year for him. Like, this is super impressive.
Yeah. No, he's insane. He's insane. I can't wait to see this defense. I got to be honest. I mean, I had a source tell me this defense is going to be better than last year, and I'm like, okay, like, let's tap the brakes for a second. But then you're like, oh, hell, if these defensive tackles are legit and Colin Simmons is a year older, Anthony Hill's a year older, Leon, everybody, then you're like, yeah, maybe it could be.
Yeah.
I think this is Ohio State's defense from last year. Ohio State was number 1, 12.9 points per game. That's what I'm holding Texas to this year. All right, let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, guys? I do. I love the fact that a guy from Alabama is like, I just wish these teams would come in and understand they're supposed to lose to us. It's
right.
Sports, guys. Guys, you're just supposed to make my job easy for me and lose. The reality is he's pissed off because they lost 2 years ago, and he probably went on the radio and said Texas is going to be the easiest win of the season. And then they come in the conference and they make the playoffs, and you don't. And so you're like, you're not mad at Texas fans for being arrogant. You're mad because your team isn't as good as they were, and Texas is really good now. That's what you're mad about.
That's right.
Don't go look in a mirror. Just go get mad because arrogant fans are arrogant. Yeah, there's always going to be loud fans. There's every base.
Is this the guy that said he appreciated Oklahoma for being quiet?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is
for sucking.
the biggest insult I've ever heard for Oklahoma, and I have lived in Texas my whole life. The biggest insult I've ever heard is, we really appreciate them. It's almost as bad as that Texas A&M video where they did all the chants for the teams when they went into the SEC. You remember that one where they did, and they were like, they're just like, roll tide and all that stuff. The Aggies were doing it. It's that level of insult.
That was pretty bad. I just saw that the other day, actually. It was awful. Yeah, I don't really understand this whole thing. Like, don't you want to have better competition in the SEC? Don't you want to have like a new top dog?
I mean, listen, we talked to Lance Taylor about this. Those fools have been so spoiled the last 17 years with Saban. It's like, y'all need to wake up. Like, maybe Kalen DeBoer is going to have it all back together this year, but welcome to reality. The new reality.
Yeah,
right.
No, I hang out with too many Alabama fans. I'm like, there has not been a minute in the last decade where those guys haven't been arrogant. Actually, there was one moment, and it's when Colt McCoy went down. Every one of my friends looked at me and said, I'm sorry, and there was very little partying the rest of the night, even though they won a national championship. Other than that, it has been over a decade straight of them telling me how much better they are.
Oh, for sure.
So I don't, just like, dude, I get it. Texas fans are loud, and there's a bunch of us. Sorry.
Yeah. And that's the SEC. It just means more.
Hey,
we'll be back tomorrow.
Later, guys.
See y'all tomorrow for a fun Friday edition there. Always good to see Chip and Zay there. Let's roll in. It's Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you guys, the third member of Open Gym. Text line is open. You guys can hit us up on there, 512-222-9328. Or you can hit us up here on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And if you're over on YouTube, let's give a like and a subscribe. Yeah, that was, the Roll Tide was the only one I could remember that they said. But they did the Aggie video back in the day. They did that. Do you remember that video, Matt?
Oh yeah, I saw it like a couple days ago.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's awful. It's one of the most and I don't use this word lightly because I think that it's a it's a pretty serious way to describe something, in my opinion. That is a very cringeworthy video. Like very cringeworthy. Like it makes my skin crawl because it's like you ever get like secondhand embarrassment when you're watching something? You're like, oh, I gotta change a channel because I can't really handle this right now.
Yeah,
that's what that Aggie commercial feels like.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. But yeah, I thought it was funny. I think it's funny when somebody from Alabama is like, these guys, like, look, I get it. It's like if Ohio State was like, Texas fans talk a lot. Like, yes, so do you. Now, I get it if it's Vanderbilt. It's like, man, these guys came into our town and talked a lot of trash. Like, yeah, you guys are probably not as used to that. I get that you guys don't necessarily have the same thing. But in Austin, that's kind of what it is. I get that, you know, there will always be a few people who will kind of ruin it for everybody too, who will be attack, you know, injured players or say stuff that's too negative.
Sure.
There'll always be those guys. That's in every fan base too. But for the most part, you're like, we have an awesome group of people that listen here and like people that are just like, we just want Texas to win and we enjoy when Texas wins. And there's a little light trash talk. We'll get into it a little bit because that was a big topic of conversation in the player availability today was the trash talk and the juice and all of that stuff. So, you know, it's part of it. I'm not a huge trash talker myself. I don't, you know, for me, it's more of like, I'm just like, hey man, I just enjoy watching sports. So yeah. I just enjoy it. So I'm not necessarily the one talking a ton, but I will, if you throw some stuff at me, I'll usually throw stuff back at you and mine may have a little bit more bite because I know what has happened. So I can throw in little jabs that you're going real broad strokes. I can get a little bit more technical sometimes.
Yeah, no, I'm the exact same way. Like it's happened multiple times throughout my life where somebody has been talking trash about something, and I just, you know, I sort of use my knowledge as a guy who is in sports media and kind of put that debate to rest very quickly. Dating all the way back to like when Matthew Stafford was with the Lions and RG3 was with the Commanders or the Redskins at the time. And my friend was like, oh, you know, RG3's he's head and shoulders above a better quarterback than Matthew Stafford. I put that one down real quick. And then like even just a couple days ago, same guy, we were having a debate about what the greatest college football team of all time was. It's like it's 2019 LSU, and there's no question about it. And here are all the facts, and here's why. I put it all down on paper for you, and this is why. And he's like, all right, I get it. So there's always going to be those guys who love to talk trash. But I'm surprised a little bit more at this because this is attacking a fan base. You know, like everybody's fan base in the SEC is obnoxious. Everybody.
It is, but here's the thing: he's doing it in Alabama, so I don't think
that's exactly my point. Is like you're coming at it from a place of we are actually the most obnoxious fan base in the SEC.
No, but my point is he's not attacking Texas. He's not going on Texas radio and saying y'all suck. He's saying in a place where it's very safe to say it.
Oh,
these guys. So yeah, I mean, I think if he was on national TV, he probably wouldn't be as aggressive on it. But if maybe he would now to lean in to try and get some more views or whatever. But yeah, I make jokes about the Aggies or the Sooners or all this stuff all the time. Like also, I'm like, not a lot of them are probably listening right now. So I know my audience. And I
sure hope there's not a lot of Aggies listening because that's one of my websites, and I don't want them to stop reading me.
You don't want to lose that sweet clicks. You don't want to lose those. Let's get into the show today. We get a little bit. Players spoke to the media today. The Texas players spoke to the media today. We'll get into that a little bit. Talk a little bit more about some Texas football and some college football. Get into some NFL talk in hour 2 as well here on a Thursday. But before we do, Matt, health report from Matt, who has been dealing with some illness this week. How are you feeling today? Are you still on the mend, or you where are you at?
Okay, so if Tuesday is DEFCON 1 the worst nuclear, like the most extreme nuclear option, or is that DEFCON 5 or whatever?
Or I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, I'll put it this way. Tuesday, I was at my lowest point. Like, couldn't even get out of bed. Yesterday, I was starting to get there. Today, I'm right on the cusp. I'm almost all the way back. So we're making progress.
So there you go. So hopefully Friday afternoon you'll be feeling good and fancy free again, and then Saturday you can enjoy your weekend. That's always much better than the other way around. That one where you start feeling bad on like a Thursday and you're like, oh man. And then like Friday, you know it's coming. And then Saturday, you're just sick all day. And then like Sunday, recover. And then Monday, you feel good enough to go back to work. Oh, the worst.
Yeah. And I was talking to my mom about this the other day. I think it was yesterday. It's like, yeah, I'm just really glad that this didn't happen either A, on August 28th, like when I started to feel it, and then get into Saturday and it's the first game of the season, or like next week when I'm going on vacation, like my first vacation in months. And it's like, thank God it happened this week instead of next week, or they're like right before football season. So thank you to the timing gods, whoever they are.
There you go. Yeah, and Joe, Texas fans get hate everywhere. That's part of being like, they are one of the most hated fan bases. Like, that's when they did a poll in the Big 12 and they asked everybody who their biggest rival was, and Texas was like 6 or 7 of the team's biggest rivals. That's unhealthy for you guys, because clearly we can't be. Not one of you is our 7th, and honestly, and it was like y'all are like 8th or 9th really on our list. You're really low on this rivalry list. No one ever was like Iowa State biggest rival.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of funny how you're a college football powerhouse and you're a college football blue blood and one of the most popular teams in the country when Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Baylor, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Oklahoma's like all these other teams are like, yeah, Texas is the one we hate most. Like, let's be honest, and this isn't necessarily an indictment on Texas at all. It's really a compliment. They're the Dallas Cowboys of college football.
Yeah.
Because they're the most national brand in college football.
Yeah.
With the most fans spread across the country.
Yeah. It's a ton of people. When you walk around, I walk my dog through my neighborhood here in Austin, and I will see on every walk at least 2 Longhorns, either on cars or on someone's shirt or someone's hat. It's like walking down the streets when I'm walking my dog. I'll see multiple on every single walk. And so you're like, yeah, it's a very popular thing. And I also think there's a bit of, yes, I know there are always the point of, there are going to be the people who are too over the top with it. And the people who say, are cheering for Nate, and are just give everybody a bad name. But most fans that I deal with are just positive. And then they're not necessarily like Alabama fans were the way that the least the ones I dealt with a lot of times, that they were like, oh, we're going to win a national championship. But if a guy throws an incomplete pass, I'm going to have a full mental breakdown because of an incomplete pass. And like, we need to bench the receiver. We need to bench the quarterback. We should be firing our offensive coordinator right now. Like, we had to punt the ball. I don't know how we're going to compete. I mean, we're still going to win a natty, but I don't know how we're going to compete. And you're like, this is not healthy either. This other way of hating everyone on your roster is also not healthy, because you just get to the end. I
mean, there are a lot of Texas fans who are that way.
Yeah,
I mean, look at what happened with Quinn Ewers last year. But I feel like that's I feel like that's prevalent throughout every fan base.
It is. Yeah.
Texas is just kind of the loudest because it's the biggest. And Alabama, I have been dealing with Alabama since well before Texas got to the SEC. Starting back in 2005 when I got to Ole Miss, I got an earful from Alabama fans every single year for the last 20 years. I've had Alabama in my face, and they have been the most entitled fan base in college football for the last, Chip hit it on the head, like 15, 16, 17 years, ever since really 2009. And everybody's just like, I have a lot of things I'm not going to say. So let's just move on. But I will say this. Alabama fans need to take a chill pill. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's about to take over the SEC, and it's fine. You'll be back one day. It's okay. Right now, it's Texas's time. You just need to
but see, I won't even say that, because the sheriff has been changed for 3 years now. It's been Kirby Smart. There's been a new sheriff. Alabama has not been the sheriff for a while now. It's been Kirby. It's been Georgia. So we still have to beat Georgia. Until we do, I'm not going to say there's a new sheriff, because it's still Kirby. Until we can beat them. They beat us twice last year, so I'm not going to take it until we beat them. I think we will beat them this year. But until we do, I won't say it. I won't go that far. And
All right.
everyone's entitled. Mike, everyone. There's no one who doesn't feel that their team is like I don't know what the phrase, because I hear that all the time, that like we were owed something. I don't think we're owed anything. I think we get what we take. I know there was a whole thing about the Big 12 and they're like, well, they got their own network. And you go, yeah, because everybody wanted to split revenue sharing. And it should not have been split because all of the buys were going to come from Texas. So if we say 70% of the income is coming from Texas, which it would have been, and then we're supposed to only get back less than 10%. That's a really, really bad business deal.
Yeah.
Also, no one's going to watch when Baylor stuff comes on. We're all going to tune out. So we go start Baylor, start your own thing. Go to have fun. And the Longhorn Network was a bad plan from ESPN. It was a bad buy from them because they spent way too much money on it. And if they would have just gone in slower, it probably would have worked better. But all that being said, it's not really entitlement. It's just like they make a ton of money. It's just the reality of it. So I don't. So you go, they make a ton, and we weren't entitled 6 years ago because we knew we weren't going to be good. We knew we weren't. Red fishing. What do we think about OU? I mean, I think they'll be better than they were last year because they have a real quarterback now. But I don't know. I still think they're probably a 3 or 4 loss team pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, I before they brought in Jaden Ott and John Mateer, I thought that they were going to be much the same they were last year. And the more that I've thought about it, I mean, I think this is going to be a legitimately tough test for Texas. I think that they're going to beat some really good teams this year. I think they're going to beat Michigan. I think they're probably 9-3. And, worst case scenario, 8-4, and Brent Venables keeps his job. But they're going to be a very dangerous opponent for every single team they play. Alabama, Texas, whoever else they have on the schedule. They're going to be. I mean, they could very well beat Ole Miss and Norman. Like they're going to win a bunch of games this year that are going to surprise some people.
Yeah. No, I think OU is going to be interesting. And I know that why they didn't want to go independent, because going independent becomes its own set of problems. And so I know they could have, but I think in every other sport, and Texas wants to be a Director's Cup, going independent in every other sport, it basically screws you. Like that's why Notre Dame's in conferences and everything else. So they would have had to figure out a way to go independent in football. And I think doing that at this time, they realized we don't need to extra. We'll just go to the SEC, and it gives us a good schedule every year. It gives us plenty of money. We maybe could make a little bit more Texas football money, but also the networks that you're talking to, ESPN doesn't want them to go independent. And the only reason Notre Dame can do it is because they have NBC. So you'd have to go at a different thing. And I thank God they didn't go to something where I got to buy a Texas package that costs $450 a year just to watch the games. And then every bar you go to, they can't show. Thank God they don't have that, because that's where it would have been most likely. Is like, oh, no, you got to buy the Texas. I mean, that was Longhorn Network a little bit at the beginning. Only a couple services had it, and you had to be like, all right, guess we're going to the bar to watch this game. It's on Longhorn Network. So it is what it is at those places. But I wanted to get into a little bit, Matt, of Texas camp. I didn't hear too many reports today from stuff. We know the players have done it, but we did get a lot from the players speaking to the media today. We had Trey Weisner, DJ Campbell, Malik Muhammad, and Leona Lafau all show up and talk to the media today. Who do you want to start with, Matt?
Let's start with DJ Campbell, because I thought he said some really interesting stuff, and he doesn't really have a history of talking to the media a whole lot. So
no, he doesn't. But I think this is, if you're that guy, you're coming back, you're supposed to be going to the NFL next season. You stayed around. You need to get used to this. You have to be that, and we need to have leaders on the offensive line. And so last year, Kelvin Banks was set up to be that guy, to be the leader on the offensive line that talked to the media a lot. Jake Major spoke to the media a lot. Now it's like, this is you. You got to be able to start learning how to do it. And so we did get some things. One of the big pieces he dropped across was, again, what Sark talked about yesterday or 2 days ago: consistency. It's consistency. And I think for him, that makes a ton of sense, because there were a lot of plays last season where you saw him just make mental mistakes. And so I think, that's probably been drilled into his head a little bit, that consistency.
Yeah, and I thought that he put it best himself when he said he thought that he left a lot of food on the plate last
Yeah.
year, and he needed to finish a lot of plays better. And I think that's absolutely the case. Like DJ Campbell, and I've said this 100 times in the show, and I'll say it again. He is one of the most physically talented offensive linemen in the country. He was the number one offensive lineman in the country coming out of high school. All the tools and physical traits and talent is there. It's all for him just been about putting it all together on the mental side of the game and the physical side of the game at the same time. And I think that you're finally starting to see that he's not only beginning to do that, but he recognizes that that's what the issue has been in the past to such a degree that he's being very plain and admitting it out loud. Like, I need to be more consistent. I'm the leader of this room. I need to do this. I need to do that. And I think that's huge because if that guy is hitting on all cylinders on the right side of that offensive line, and you already know what you have in Trevor Gooseby, you need that anchor, and he is going to be that anchor if he continues to progress the way that he has progressed this fall camp. And I'm really, really excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, and I mean, and that was him being nasty. We want to see more of that as well, and see that side of, making this a little bit more of the new offensive line with him being one of the leaders, saying, be the guy that can push that offensive line and get it going. So, I think there's a little bit more of that, and that's what you wanted Kojo for. Is we thought Kojo was going to be a little bit nastier, but that was one of the pieces DJ Campbell said is about Brandon Baker. He compared him to Kelvin Banks, which is a nice thing, but he is a technique freak, is what he called him, like Kelvin Banks, and basically somebody that is really all about the minor details. So you like that? You want to hear that? You're going to have to try and get him to be a little bit nastier there on that side of the ball if you run the ball that way. But, it does feel like he is going to be fully ready to go and play at a high level next season, Brandon Baker. It's just a question of, can he take his game to the next level and add that nastiness? And so I think when DJ Campbell says that, it's this guy is better. He's one of the best in the locker room of knowing the footwork and knowing where his hands need to be. But, on the flip of that, sometimes you got to leave the technique in the dirt and just put somebody's ass in the grass. Yeah,
absolutely. And Brandon Baker has some pedigree behind him. I think that because he didn't come in and start as a true freshman the way Kelvin Banks did, people aren't as familiar with the kind of talent that this guy is. But this guy was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. He comes from one of the best high school football prep programs in the country in modern day in California. This guy has been bred his entire life to be a technically sound, dominant football player. And you love to hear that he's got all that down pat. The next step for a young player is always, can you turn that gear up and really become that nasty guy that people don't want to line up against? And Kelvin Banks had that a ton last year. He didn't get nearly enough credit for how physical he was, how good of a run blocker he was, because he was so technically sound and almost impenetrable in the pass protection game. But if Brandon Baker can kind of adopt that mentality that, DJ Campbell's talking about, that Neto Umeozulu talked about, and really be the nasty, mean guy on the right side of the offensive line, then that could be a spot where I think Texas fans are going to be super surprised.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And then in the middle, Cole Hudson, he talked a little bit about, again, he was like, I don't think we're taking a step back. I think he can play as well as Jake Majors. So, I mean, that's saying a lot because we know Jake Majors was just a stalwart in there forever. But that'd be nice, if you don't have to take a step back in any of those spots and you're talking about maybe adding some nastiness at the guard position, and then Gooseby coming over and trying to fill in for, a top pick in the draft in Kelvin Banks. You're trying not to lose footing in that offensive line in year one of a new offensive line. But if you say across the board, it doesn't feel like you're losing much. Then it's all right. Now, what can we add on top of it?
Yeah, and I think that the important thing that people need to know about Cole Hudson is that he's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
He is very familiar with the protection schemes. He's very familiar with calling out, defensive alignments and the Mike linebacker and all these different things. And that is what the most critical component of the sitter position is helping the quarterback to identify the different protections and the blitzers and all this different stuff. And he is alongside DJ Campbell, the most experienced guy in that room, and he's played multiple positions along the front. And I think he's going to be I'm not going to say perfect because I don't like using the term perfect when I'm describing fits for any team ever. Like the only perfect fit in the NBA is Michael Jordan or LeBron James. The only perfect fit in the NFL is Tom Brady or Joe Montana. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he is about as good of a fit as you're going to get at that center position that Texas has on the roster that they could hope for. And I think that he's going to surprise a lot of people next year as well, because that experience is going to be the most important, critical part of his game.
Yeah, and then it just comes down to, again, pad level, and can you get that push up front? I think it'll help to have two guards that are going right at him. We'll see. I think there's going to be times where they run nose tackles and just kind of try and go after him a little bit more and try and go right up the middle. If you know, well, we're going up against two other guys that we feel are both a little bit meaner, I'm going to try and go up the middle. So that's where you have to be smart about it and get some help on those and get the right guys down. Anything else DJ Campbell said that you noted today?
I think you pretty much hit it on the head. I thought that for his first real media availability, he was obviously very positive, but that's what you want to hear. Like you want this guy to be confident in what he's working with along the offensive line. You want to hear the good things. I get that, during camp, everything typically sounds all, perfect and rosy and merry and all this stuff. But I've been following DJ Campbell, and I've known DJ Campbell since he was a junior, maybe a sophomore in Arlington, and he's always been a straight shooter. He's always been a humble kid, and so when he says all this stuff, I believe him, and it gives me a lot of confidence in that offensive line.
Yeah, let's go jump over and stay on the offense and talk about Trey Weisner then. And I'll play the clip at the end when we talk about Trey Weisner of where everybody loved him. And Trey Weisner definitely feels a little bit more comfortable on a microphone this year than he did, at the end of last year, where he just kind of got shoved into it. And you saw post-game interviews and stuff. He's like, I don't even know why y'all are talking to me. Like, well, you just ran for like 150 yards. We're all happy about you. And you just kind of saw that last year. But he talked a little bit more about his leadership and trying to be more vocal. And this is kind of a trend we saw from a number of guys talked about it. But, first he talked about his leadership, and he talked about being positive on the field with his teammates, and he learning it from his mother, who he was like, I can call my mom, and if she's in a bad day or a good day or whatever, she's always positive. She always gives me the time. She always does that. So I needed to do that for my teammates. We talked a little bit about that, about trying to be that influence in other people, which I thought was really cool. And then went on to talk about being more vocal, and not just vocal of communication on the team, but talking trash to the other teams. And he's like, it's not something I really did last year, but that's something that's part of the game. You're trying to get in other people's heads. You're trying to mess with them a little bit. And so being just more vocal in everything, you can tell he's worked on it in the offseason, and it made him feel a little bit more comfortable on the mic today, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a step that you really want to see a guy who's ascending into a leadership role take, is be more comfortable in his own skin, not just in the media room, but on the field, talking to players and leading players. And, there's a reason that he's been talked about at such a high level by this entire coaching staff. They believe in him, and he was obviously raised the right way, and he knows the right way to do things, and he approaches the game the right way and all those things. So I'm fired up about Trey Weisner. The fact that, this is the leading returning rusher in the SEC from last year, and the vast majority of what we hear coming out of camp is he looks way better than he did last year even. That's something to get real excited about, because now, like, you add improved Trey Weisner to CJ Baxter and these other running backs, and man, you're really cooking.
No, I agree 100%. He also talked about, they asked him about what does it feel like to be a returning 1,000-yard rusher and the only returning 1,000-yard rusher. And he's like, it doesn't really mean much. I believe it is. He said anyone could do it, which maybe that's a little too humble. Not anyone could do it, but it's like, it's who's going to do it again this year? Who's going to do it again? And that was his like, I get it, but I don't want to rest on I ran for 1,000 last year. I want to run for 1,000 again. I want to get back to that point. I want to be good again. And there's that mentality for him to come back and not come back with the mindset of I'm the guy, I'm already set, I'm an NFL running back. But come in with a little bit more of no. It's what can I do now? What can I do to be a better teammate? What can I do to be a better player? What can I do to grow on the field and help this team win games?
Yeah, and I love the humbleness that he's showing. It's something that has kind of been prevalent throughout this roster, I think, with the Stars, which is not something you typically see in the SEC. I feel like, he saying anybody can rush for 1,000. Like, come on, man! Like, you did something special. It's okay to feel good about what you did last year.
Three people did it last year, and you were one of them, and the two other are in the NFL right now.
Right. And it's one of those things where, like, yeah, take some credit for yourself, be happy with what you did last year, build on and all that stuff. But Arch Manning is another one of them who's acting the same way. Like, he's like, I haven't accomplished anything. I played 2 games last year and they already put me in the Heisman Trophy race. And like, I feel like that is a kind of an underrated quality of what championship teams are made of. Like, if you go back to like the Tua Alabama teams, Tua was probably the most humble quarterback in the country at that point. And he was out there playing for a Heisman Trophy and winning a national champ, like all this kind of stuff. So it's really great and really refreshing to hear, because in a lot of these other schools, that's just not the case. So I've just been super impressed with Trey Weisner so far.
Then he also talked about one of the points of emphasis he's been trying to put over the summer and at camp right now is his open field skills, which makes sense. But he was a really good rusher last year, and he was really good at getting small. He was really good at getting through the holes and picking where to go and reading things well. But he said, I'm trying to work on breaking the big plays now, basically, and getting those open field. When it's you and a defender that's coming at you, how do you get around that guy? And how do you break big plays and really make game-changing plays from instead of being a back that's able to come in and consistently pick up good yardage, to then being a back who can pick up good yardage and change games, like in one play, in 2 plays, change games dramatically. I think that's a really good mindset. And I think, clearly the coaching staff has been on him. This is where you need to get better. Because if you can already get the ball 7-8 yards downfield, and now you're playing one-on-one with a linebacker, if you get better on your, cuts and your jukes and your body control, now that's a 15-yard gain. And now you're on a safety. And if you can, change your speed up enough to throw off his angle, now that's a touchdown. So we just got to, trying to figure out those pieces, I think, is pretty interesting. But I think it's a good call for him. And if he does it, I mean, it makes it even harder to not play him, not give the ball to him more carries a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go back to 2023, the thing that made Jonathan Brooks so dominant wasn't that he, was consistently getting 4 to 5 yards a carry. It was that when he got to the second level, he was exploding and making plays downfield and getting huge chunk plays. And last year, after CJ Baxter, like, you assumed that was going to be CJ Baxter who took that step. But when he got injured, there was a little bit more of a question about it. Jaden Blue emerged as kind of the home run threat that could do those kinds of things in the backfield. Now you're not really sure where that's going to come from. So if Trey Weisner is really working on that and working to become the explosive back that breaks big plays, that's an element that this running game desperately needs. So it would be huge if he could develop that part of his game for sure.
I agree. Did you get anything else other than the clip I'm going to play about McDonald's here?
About Trey McDonald? Weisner? Well, I the only thing that I thought was cool, and it kind of goes to the same sort of the same, I guess, narrative of him being humble and all this stuff, like just a good kid, is like, why'd you pick number 5? It's like, well, it's my brother, my mom, my dad, whatever it was. He's like, there's 5 of us, so I picked the number 5 for my family. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, no, he seems very set in his, he's a very, he talked a little bit about being from a small town and just being like, it's a big difference because now you're not only, I mean, the University of Texas is bigger, is a big place already. And then you're in the city of Austin and then the surrounding areas. And then you're playing in front of 100,000 people when you're playing at home. It's just, it's a big life change, but it seems like he's been adjusting to it. but then we'll play this clip. He was asked a question about what was the hardest, what are the big pieces that he had to do. And one of them was like taking better care of my body this offseason and, trying to get the body fat down and everything, putting on some muscle, but doing it. And then he brought up this right here. Trey Weisner talking about the hardest thing he had to give up.
McDonald's guy. I ain't gonna cap. I love McDonald's. Like McDonald's top 10. But I had to cut the McDonald's out.
What's your meal? What's the meal?
I go bacon McDouble, 2 of them, 10-piece nugget, large fry, Powerade, every time. Every time.
There's Trey Weisner talking about what he had to give up at McDonald's. He's like, I'm trying to work on my body, so I had to give up McDonald's, and then just rattles off the order.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, he's spot on with that. That's almost exactly my McDonald's order when I go with the small fry because I don't burn as many calories as this guy does. So if I don't go with the small fry, then I'm
burgers too.
Oh yeah, the double cheeseburger is only like that big, man. Yeah,
so you have to get 2 of them. Okay.
Yeah. And I'll probably go with the 6-piece nugget too, but that's almost exactly my order. So I dig it. And that's very similar to what Quinn Ewers said for going from his first year as the starter to going into 2023. It's like, yeah, I had to cut out Chick-fil-A, man. I had to work on my body. It's kind of the same thing. So I'm glad that he's working on it because if he can really get that body to where it needs to be, I feel like Trey Weisner can have a really special season. I really do.
It is. And it's like, it's funny because going in, you're like, well, CJ Baxter's still the dude, but it's going to be really game to game who's got it. And you just feel like they're going to ride the hot hand a lot this season. And if Trey Weisner's starting to pick up and get some big plays, he's going to get more carries. And if CJ Baxter's doing it, he's going to get more carries. And you're hoping it's going to be one of those backfields like back in the day when you used to have 2 really good guys, like when you had like a Benson and Charles or what was it, Ricky Williams and Priest Holmes or somebody like that, where you get these 2 really, really good backs in the same room and you're just able to run over anybody.
Yeah, like Cedric Benson and Selvin Young or Jamal Charles and Selvin Young or Ricky Williams and Priest Holmes, like all these different examples of what Texas has had in the running back room. It feels like this is we're finally to the point where we could get another season like that with such a talented room. And let's be honest, when Texas has been at its very best, it's been when they've had 2 dominant running backs in the past. Yeah. And we almost had that in 2023 with Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter. And then you also could throw Jaden Blue in there, but and this is obviously very projection and all this stuff, but if Jonathan Brooks doesn't get hurt that season, does Texas lose another game?
I don't know.
I don't think they do.
No, there was just that running back room, and especially for a guy like Arch, who we think Arch is going to be really, really good, but to have somebody that has that kind of cushion to be able to say, if you have that running game and it's really functioning at that high level, where they're having to play up so much on you and they're having to give him a little bit more space and they're having to really fail safe for the run game because, both those guys are able to break off 15-yard runs on you if you're letting a safety play back to try and snipe off Arch Manning. And like that can just help out a young quarterback so much. So hopefully that run game is in full effect with Trey Weisner, seeing his progression of just comfort. It feels like that's night and day. So if he progressed that much and just kind of being comfortable speaking to the media and being comfortable in his own skin and ready to be there, and then everything he talked about, hopefully we'll see another great season at him. CJ Baxter coming back healthy. You just expect big things out of the run game this season. Looking on the other side of the ball, we'll go to Liano Lefau. He has come back. He has now talked a lot about now becoming one of the leaders and having to step up and take that next role. And it is somewhat funny because you do think Anthony Hill's the dude. Anthony Hill is the dude. We know Anthony Hill's the dude. But Liano Lefau's been there with him for a while. So he's talking about it's also like I also have to be there. Liano Lefau was a guy that basically was too good to leave on the bench when him and Anthony Hill were kind of thought of to be playing the same position. And they're like, well, we can't bench Anthony Hill, and we don't want to leave it Leon LaFau on the bench. We got to start putting him into more games. So we've seen those two guys, and they've built up together. And now he's talked about he's got to be another guy that steps up and is more vocal on the field. Again, that vocal on the field and being somebody who's communicating more. And instead of leaving that to the veterans and leading it to Anthony Hill, you're now the veteran. So he talked about that progression over the offseason. And you like to see that because it feels like he's been in Anthony Hill's shadow a little bit just because Anthony Hill casts such a big shadow. So it's good to hear him starting to take his own path and be like, no, I'm a badass too.
Yeah, and this is a guy that I don't think a lot of people, really got excited about when Texas signed him back in I think it was the 2023 class with Anthony Hill. They came in at the same time, and like you said, Anthony Hill got all the headlines, but this is a guy that just put his nose down, went to work, earned himself playing time, earned himself a starting spot, and eventually, last year became a critical part of one of the best defenses in college football. Now he's another year under the belt, and he's this guy's got a legitimate NFL future now. And outside of all of that, the talent and the work that he's put in, the character of this kid is as good as anywhere else on this football team. He's a captain level, leader on this team. And I would be shocked if he, I don't remember how Sark picks his captains, if it's a week to week thing or if it's a season long thing. But if I was to pick a captain on this defense, or if I was to pick two captains on this defense and two captains from the offense, Michael Taft and Leon LaFau are 100% my captains on the defense without question. And it's no shot against Colin Simmons or Anthony Hill or Manny Muhammad or anybody like that. But Leon LaFau is just the guy that everybody should aspire to, along with Michael Taft, like the hard worker that just put his nose to the grindstone and really made a name for himself when people were kind of counting him out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He also talked a little bit about doing whatever it takes and understanding, he's like, if they want me to pass rush, I will pass rush. But we have a lot of good pass rushers. So if I got to drop back in coverage, that's it. I'm doing whatever it takes to win games. And it feels like Anthony Hill has kind of said the same thing. But the linebacker room feels in sync of wherever you need us to be, whatever defense you want to draw up, we're fine. We'll figure it out. So now if you're a good defensive coordinator, you're going to give Leon LaFau a couple of shots couple shots to blitz, couple shots to get in there just to keep him, keep a guy's juices flowing a little bit more, get him feeling pretty good. So you want over the season, maybe one a game, maybe two a game, but like you're not a ton, but you want to give him a few where he's got a shot to, go do the fun stuff, because it's not always fun to just drop back in coverage and hope you're in the right area and try and make a play. But it does feel like they are going to lean on the linebacking core a little bit more, because we know Anthony Hill talked about it, that they're going to lean on him a little bit more in that Tampa 2, lean on him a little bit more in just trying to help out that secondary while it's really young, and maybe trusting your defensive line to be able to stop the run game, trust them to be able to rush the quarterback, and then just give you no options in the passing game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the idea of LaFau being involved in the pass rush, because that's just another weapon you can throw out there, because everybody's going to be expecting Anthony Hill or Trey Moore or Brad Spence or Collins or any of these guys to be rushing after the quarterback on any given play. You're not necessarily going to be accounting for Leon LaFau on all of these different looks. So he's going to be able to surprise a lot of people, and I think he can do it. I thought that he did a pretty decent job at it last year, and he's obviously talked about working on that this offseason. So if he can add that to his game, I mean, man, I know I sound like a major homer just based on what I've said about all these kids so far, but I legitimately feel like this guy has an NFL future ahead of him if he can add that to his game. And not just like a getting drafted in the 6th round NFL future, like a day 2, early day 3 type. He's a super talented player, man.
He is. He also mentioned Brad Spence there. I just liked how he described Brad Spence as a physical and violent player.
Mhm.
those are the types of things you just want to tell the other team. This guy that transfer got, apparently he's a physical and violent player coming for you right there.
Yeah, man, these spam bots are just
They're coming in
they're
strong.
odd one today. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that the best attributes you can have as a pass rusher / linebacker is exactly what he described in Brad Spence. The more violence that you have on your football team, the more fear you're going to strike into your opposing offense. You're just laying the wood on them constantly, whether it's Brad Spence or Anthony Hill or LaFau or Colin Simmons. The more physical and violent you are, the better off you're going to be as a defense, because you're really going to be sending a message from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. Like, no matter who's hitting you, you're going to feel it. And by the time the third, fourth quarter comes around, you're not going to want to feel it anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what you want to put out there. Anything else you got from LaFau before we move on to Malik Muhammad?
No, I don't think so.
So then Malik Muhammad, we'll finish up with him speaking to the media today. I like that, we talked a little bit about using the voice more and talking in game. I thought it was funny that Malik Muhammad mentioned that he's been going with DeAndre Moore, and that has helped him in his trash talking and his talking during a game to be more vocal and, bring that part of the game out. I thought that was just interesting. He's like, no, DeAndre Moore, apparently good trash talker, and is coming out there and talking smack to him. So he's getting the work in and be like, don't just be a guy who's out there playing good. It's kind of what we talked about, Malik Muhammad, taking that next step of a player instead of just being a guy who plays the man, who does his job and is very precision based and does a really good job at it. How do you take that next step forward? And it feels like part of that is, all right, be a little bit more vocal. Try and get in those wide receivers' heads so they do make mental mistakes, so they do get a penalty on you, so they do these little dumb things that can help your team out. Feels like he's trying to get to that part as well, which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, and there's a couple examples that come to mind of like some of the best corners that we've seen in the NFL over the last couple decades have been super vocal, trash talking guys who can really get in your head. Deion Sanders, Richard Sherman, Jalen Ramsey, like even Cortland Finnegan was one of the better corners in the NFL, and he would go at it with
tell Andre Johnson, put him in the ground.
With Andre Johnson. He got put in his place, but at the same time, like in Marcus Lattimore with Mike Evans, like there's always like the best corners always have a little bit of an edge to them. Yeah. So if he can develop that and really start to get into the heads of guys, like I don't necessarily know if he'll be able to do it with like Jeremiah Smith or not, but like, you know what I mean?
Talk about what the stats were last year. I think Jeremiah Smith had one catch on him last year.
Yeah, one catch for like 3 yards or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's
the odds that are going to happen on August 30th are probably pretty low. But you never know, right? But like I said, the best intangible attribute you can have as a corner is being able to get in the head of the receiver and have a little bit of edge to you. So I love to hear that he's developing that.
No, I'm a fan of that. He also talked a little bit about trying to play the ball as well and just getting in the right mindset to do that. Again, we talked about that the other day. That is a big step forward for Malik Muhammad if he starts getting interceptions, because, it is that piece of Malik Muhammad that he's not really on the stat sheet very often, which is not a terrible thing because he's playing his man really good. But if he can get on the stat sheet with interceptions, with being able to play the ball where he comes off of his guy and is able to kind of move over and be a part of other tackles and be a part of other plays, I think those are big things for Malik Muhammad going forward.
Yeah, and he's already started to show that in this camp so far. I think he even mentioned that he picked off Arch a couple times.
Yeah.
Like that's the one part of his game that, like, the on-field, not intangible, but physical part of the game that he hasn't really had so far. I don't know how many picks he has in his career, but it's not much. And if he can add that to his game, it's just going to make the Texas defense, that much more dangerous, because you've already got guys. You've already got Michael Taft, who's a ball hawk back there. You've already got other guys who can get interceptions. If you add another one, and he's also your best cover corner, I mean, that's something real hard to battle against.
No, I agree with that. And then he also was asked about the star position. He said so far, Grayson Littleton, Wardell Mack, Michael Taft, and Jelani McDonald have been the guys in the star position. And Wardell Mack and Grayson Littleton's were the ones that stood out. Now, I think that also is kind of like, well, Jelani McDonald and Michael Taft, we know what they can do a little bit more. But those young guys, you're not necessarily expecting those guys to be at the level. But yeah, it does feel like there's going to be a lot of people that maybe fit into that rotation there on the star position. We talked a little bit about that the other day. It feels like that position could, especially early, have a lot of different people stepping into it.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the star position is it's kind of like a hybrid safety role.
Yeah.
So ideally, you have a guy who can play safety and corner, that's good in man coverage and all that stuff. But the fact that these young guys are able to step up and do that, and they're getting the recognition from these older guys like Muhammad and Jelani McDonald and Michael Taft is really saying something. I mean, Wardell Mack is a very long guy that I think would excel at that position. And I continue to be impressed by what I hear about Grayson Littleton. Like, how often can you enter a season with what many believe to be the best defense in college football and the best secondary in college football, and earn a starting spot as a true freshman when you're not a 5-star recruit?
It's nuts.
It's rare.
It is now. I'm trying to figure out what's the over-under on misspelled Graysons that we see by like major areas this season, because he does spell his name differently than you would expect most Graysons to be spelled. It's spelled Grace, the word Grace, and then son. So it's a little bit different, but I think we'll see it spelled. I think we'll see it misspelled at least once or twice. I'll be like, that's not how you spell that name at all.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest pet peeves is when, in the media, we're supposed to be the experts. So when the media misspells a name, I'm like, you should know that.
It's a little bit less excusable now too than it was 25 years ago, because now you're like, just Google it. Just spend 20 seconds to look online and go, oh my, did I do that right? Okay, I did. All right, let's finish it out. I do it all the time because sometimes you're like, oh, I'm not sure where the apostrophe is, or is that capitalized there? Is that, you're just trying to make sure you put the name in right. And so I double check a lot of times to make sure. But yeah, I assume that one is just going to be one that somebody's just not going to look and go, oh, Grayson Littleton, I heard the name, write it out.
Yeah, and it's one thing that's like, so like covering the Cowboys, spelling Donovan Ezeraku is always like is always a difficult thing because you want to make sure you get it right. But some of these other names out there, I feel bad for like people who cover Ole Miss having to spell Umamielen every day, and like Nico Iamaleava and names like, it's like you got to check twice, man, or you're gonna get like this. Every single typo you make when you're writing a story, somebody's going to catch it and they're going to get in your DMs, or they're going to email you, or they're going to do something. So like, it's a battle, man.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, Spurs stuff. You're like, all right, don't mess up Wembanyama. It's an important one. It's worse if you're a Bucks person, but this season they were like, well, are they going to pair Wembanyama and Antetokounmpo? We're going to pair them together. You're like, please don't. I don't want to spell those all the time.
For the sake of Spurs beat writers everywhere, please no.
You mean Victor and Giannis? Okay, I can do that. You're going to talk about no on a first name basis. But that is your players that spoke out. Do you have anything else from Malik Muhammad there that you saw today?
I don't think so. I think he pretty much hit all of it.
But yeah, those are the 4 that spoke to the media today. Good to hear from them. It is also, I do appreciate, you can really tell Texas does spend the time and effort to try and get these guys ready to be, ready for the media, ready for the NFL, ready for the combine, by having them do all these media availabilities and making a lot of guys available to the media. And Texas, you're lucky enough to have a lot of media people, that some of these places, maybe you're talking about half the amount of people, half the questions. You're not necessarily, if it's somebody like a Leona Lafau in another place, may only get 5 questions, and they'll be like, all right, we're going to move on. We're not going to write a piece on you because, there's not. So I think Texas understands what they have with the amount of media that covers this school, that they're able to really put it in and try and get those, because you definitely see that with like Quinn Ewers was a huge example of a guy that came in and was not comfortable at all, and then became much more comfortable. And now I saw somebody posted a picture of someone at a Dolphins camp with the Ewers jersey. It's already started.
Hey man, he's making noise. I'm just saying, maybe Patrick and I were right. You know,
Don't say that now. It's never going to happen.
I'm just saying, like, football. I'll say this: football is much more complicated than what you watch on Saturday on the ESPN broadcast.
Yeah. I mean that's there's always things you have to watch for. It's like the one always got me in basketball was you'd be watching a game and then a whistle would blow and then people would cheer and everything. You're like, oh, this is the penalty though. Like I can tell you what the foul is. As soon as it happens, I can tell you what they're going to, and I can look at the ref I'm at the game. I can look at the ref, see what they signaled, and I know what everything is happening now. And you're just like, you have to watch the game like that sometimes. And if you watch the game a little bit more expansively, and I get some people are still not going to like Quinn Ewers because they have a more demanding press on it. And then they don't watch other people as much sometimes. So the comparison falls off. That's what happens a lot of times. If you don't have if you just look at stats for some guy and you break down somebody else's film, you'll be like, well, that guy's stats are better because this guy's clearly, I've seen every bad thing they've done. I've watched all their mistakes. Like Kelvin Banks was a perfect example of a guy that if you really tried to break down when he did things and, he's so technically proficient that when he does break tendency, now we're going to make a big note of that. Whereas somebody who's never, who you can't tell from down to down what they're really doing, now we're not going to critique that they have lapses because the whole thing is a lapse.
Right. And also, like, we kind of talked about this, I think it was a couple weeks ago, with quarterbacks specifically, like everything that goes into the process from when you break the huddle to when you get to the line to when you snap the ball. Like it's a lot more complicated than getting the snap, dropping back, and throwing to a receiver. So let's give Quinn a little bit of grace there, especially considering the fact that he was probably 50% healthy for most of the season.
Yeah. But yeah, I saw it today. Someone had the Quinn Ewers jersey already for the Dolphins. So this is now granted, this was somewhat of what we heard of why some teams did not put him on the board was they were like, well, he's not going to be a starter and we don't want to deal with him being good enough to be a starter, or like, we don't want to deal with that drama for whatever reason. I mean, that was kind of a Shedeur thing as well. Like we just don't want to deal with the drama. So we'll go draft somebody that we feel is a better backup quarterback. And we think Quinn Ewers, is built more of that. It's dumb, but that is apparently one of the reasons why he got passed over by some people. But I'm sure I'll put it this way. It would surprise me if there's no one in the Saints organization who's kicking themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
When the reports out of there is that Tyler Shuck has not won the job yet. And Tyler Shuck is like possibly third place some days.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you look over at Cleveland, and they've got 3 quarterbacks injured, and their ESPN Cleveland is posting like all the stats every day for 5 different quarterbacks. And it's like all of them are pretty like, what do the kids say these days?
Pretty mid. Well, yeah. I mean, because they just added Tyler Huntley too, right?
Yeah, because they don't have anybody else to play in the preseason game.
So
like
crazy.
It's Shedeur and that guy. And Tyler Huntley's like a good backup quarterback, but like
he was a Pro Bowler a few years ago.
Yeah.
When Lamar Jackson got hurt, he played that season. And now it's because every other quarterback said no in front of him, but he was a Pro Bowler. He was officially a Pro Bowler. So
imagine he wins that job.
After everything?
After everything.
Oh, I love it. I just love the people now like they're listing Shedeur 4th string. It's disrespectful. I'm like, do you think they're doing it out of spite? I think he's just not playing as well. He's also been hurt. I don't know if it's out of spite. Trust me, I don't think it's that. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get into some NFL conversation. More preseason football starting up in just about an hour, and there could be real players playing this week. So we will get into that a little bit. We'll get into the camp updates, the injury reports from the Dallas camp today. especially, and the Texans camp as well. Some injuries from there. Talk some NFL. And whatever you guys want to talk about as well on the text line, on the chat, whatever you guys want to hit us up, and we'll be back in about 2.5 minutes, right back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text line is open for you right now, 512-222-9328. And over here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and X, we are trying to fight the bots off as fast as they're coming, but they want you to know you can watch whatever weird stream whenever you want. You can do it, guys. We're just going to keep deleting it, so you're not going to be able to get it from us. But we're going to continue it. If you want to join the conversation, hit us up on the chat, and we'll try and get to whatever you guys want to talk about as well. Talked a lot of Texas football there in the first hour. Get to some NFL talk with some NFL action happening tonight. Excited to watch some preseason football tonight. And then, Matt, we got into some camps as well. What you got there, Matt?
Yeah, it's some breaking news that literally just popped in the NFL. Chargers left tackle Rashawn Slater suffered a serious injury and is likely out for the season. So that's a huge blow for the Chargers.
Rupturing his patella tendon.
Yep.
So a big piece for a offense that wants to run the ball and push the ball downfield. They just gave him a new big contract, and he is out for the season. You don't like to see that. And getting into it, Matt, with a little bit of the Cowboys, talking about the Cowboys a little bit. We did see several injuries today. Two most notable ones came down. Jaden Blue went down on a play, went down to the ground. I believe the play was a Sam Williams face mask tackle, something to that effect, and he hit the ground, was on the ground for a little bit, ends up getting carted to the medical tent, then walks out of the medical tent under his own power into the locker room. Then comes back out under his own power and is a spectator for the rest of it. So it does not seem like it's going to be a major injury for for Jaden Blue, but, you hate to see, especially rookies, any setbacks because, you've been hearing really good reports about Jaden Blue, so you don't like to have the setback there at all, but hopefully it'll only keep him out for a couple days and he'll be back and ready to go. Then we also saw that Jake Ferguson left practice near the end of practice, and he bypassed the medical tent and just went straight to the locker room. So Stephen Jones said after the practice that he doesn't feel either one of his major injuries. So, I mean, that's where we're at right now is both those guys. They just paid Jake Ferguson. Jaden Blue is figured in to be a big part of this run game this season. So you don't like to see that at Cowboys camp.
No, the injury issues have been out of control in Cowboys camp. I think this is like 15 guys now that have either been injured or are coming into camp with an injury by my count. And, thankfully with Jaden Blue, it seems like it's just kind of a rolled ankle type deal. But, this Sam Williams is my Ole Miss guy. Like I got some love for Sam Williams as a fellow Rebel, but my God, man, this is training camp. Don't tackle a guy by his face mask and rip him down like that. Like this is a guy that's has a chance to be your starter. And like you're like, come on, like you got to be smarter than that. Than hurting your own teammates. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then the Jake Ferguson thing, it's just I hate to paint it in this context, but it's just the only thing I can think of. And it's when Jake Ferguson goes down with the injury, Jerry just in his mind thinks, told you so. This is why I don't pay people. Based on what he said earlier in camp. He's like, well, if I pay this guy, he might not get – he was hurt all last year. And then now if I pay him, he might get hurt. Like that's just right where my brain goes, and I can't tell you why. But it's unfortunate because it sounded – I mean, granted, it's camp and everybody's the best player ever, but it sounded like he was taking some positive step forward under Brian Schottenheimer. So it's very unfortunate timing for all that stuff.
Yeah, Schottenheimer is pulling his hair out left and right at this point. Between the Micah Parsons stuff and all of his players not being happy, this was also the first practice Micah Parsons did not show up at. We're told that he was still at the facility today, but he did not come out to practice today. So that was in the grand scheme of things, that is the latest update on the Micah Parsons situation. I'll get back to that in a second. We'll answer you, Mike. Will Quinn Ewers be a starting quarterback? At this point, it feels like, yes, he will be at some point. Will he be a long-term starting quarterback and get a second contract and make a bunch of money? That I couldn't tell you. But knowing how there's 20 starting quarterbacks, like 23 starting quarterbacks in the NFL and 32 teams. So they need guys, and they're going to roll through them. And so somebody, whether it's the Dolphins or not, will go, hey, let's give this Quinn Ewers a run, and let's see what he can do. That's, at this point, what it feels like, because you're going to go, well, we see what he can do, and we know he's led teams, and at worst, he'll be a really good game manager for us, so let's go see what he can do. I think that's pretty likely at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only a matter of time before he gets his opportunity. Especially given the situation that he's in Miami with a guy that is historically injury prone in Tua Tagovailoa. It's if you're a backup quarterback, you're a play away from getting into the football game at all times. So I like whether it's this year or whether it's next year or whatever the case may be, eventually if Quinn keeps working and producing as a backup at this level, somebody's going to see it and give him an opportunity at some point.
Yeah.
So even if whether it's just for a game or whether it's for a season or whatever the case, I feel like it's only a matter of time before he gets some kind of opportunity to prove himself as a starter.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to see the Dolphins on Sunday as well versus the Bears, so that'll be the first time we get to see Quinn Ewers in a Dolphins uniform playing. He'll be playing with probably the third team, but, we'll get a better shot at that. But, yeah, I think that's that, and there's plenty of reasons to believe why Arch wouldn't come out. The funniest narrative of the Arch thing is that all we have heard for the last 5 years is don't come out early. We don't develop anybody in the NFL. If you could stay in college, stay in college for as long as you can, because we do not develop people. And now they're like, well, if Arch is coming out, of course he's going to come out. Like, why? You've been saying for the last 5 years, stay in college. Play all your years of eligibility. Stay as long as you can. And then when they say he's going to be the number one pick, they go, oh, well, not him. We want him. The rest of you guys stay in college, but not Arch. He's different. He can do it. I mean, I think there's everything he did. Him coming to Texas, him sitting behind Quinn Ewers. Nobody thought he was going to sit behind Quinn Ewers. Everyone said it won't happen. He'll transfer. Everyone said he would transfer. Everyone said he would do this. He's done everything the way he said it, so I'll trust him that he's do it. If he wins the Heisman and they win a national championship and he's the best quarterback and best player in college football, who knows? Maybe things change. I also don't think that's probably going to happen this year either, of him winning the Heisman. But who knows? Maybe it could.
I don't think that there is any scenario whether Arch Manning comes out and breaks the Texas passing records for yards and touchdowns, wins a Heisman Trophy and a national championship. If he does all of those things and is the best version of what, people's expectations for him are in his first year, he's still not going to the NFL. The plan from the beginning, if you've been paying attention to the right people, which is most of the people who are on this network, including myself and Patrick and Chip Brown and Zay and everybody else, the plan from the beginning has always been start a year, or sit 2 years behind Quinn Ewers, start 2 years as the quarterback at Texas, and then go to the NFL. Anybody who has ever said otherwise is making shit up, and they are fooling themselves. Colin Cowherd doesn't know what he's talking about. All these other people who are projecting all these other things don't know what they're talking about. This has always been the plan. It's in the Manning DNA to stay in college till the very last minute and get developed as much as you possibly can before you head to the NFL, because they know that the more games that you play at the college level, the better prepared you will be for the NFL. It is historic data. It's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. The more time you spend in college, the more successful you will be in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear another person say that he's going to go pro.
I will say this is one thing. If the Falcons completely crash out and the Rams have the number one pick, I think the decision would be harder.
No.
Like, everything goes well, I think it would be harder, because you're like, what are the odds we could go to a team where I'd be immediately ready to compete for a Super Bowl? What other chance can I have that? So I think there would be at least discussion. I still don't think it would go, but I think there would be more of a discussion if that thing were to happen. If you're like, but that again is Texas wins a natty, Arch wins a Heisman, and the Rams have the number one overall pick. All of that happens. I think there's a discussion to be had.
Here's how I think that would go. I do think that you're right when you say the decision becomes a little bit more difficult, but here's how I think that scenario would play out. The Texas Arch accomplishes all those things, Heisman, national title, record-breaking, all this stuff. Texas wins the natty. Rams get the number one pick. Sean McVay is sitting there with a Super Bowl roster, best quarterback coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Arch goes, what do you think, Grandpa? That's the end of the conversation. Everybody in that family goes, nope, that's not the plan. Stick with it. Stick with the plan. And that's it.
I also don't think the Rams or Atlanta will be close to the number one pick. No. So I don't think that'll happen. I don't think Arch wins a Heisman this year. The natty, very, very well could happen. The rest of it, I think, is questionable. But that's all it is. The funny part to me is everybody coming out going, it's crazy for him and he go, you have not said that about any other player, but the second you think you could get him. But that's been the thing in the transfer portal. The entire Arch thing is completely driven around people thinking he could be on my team. I could have him. So I think he should do the thing where he could end up where I get to have him. Is basically the conversation what it's been.
Well, it's just, and I don't want to sound condescending or anything like that, but it's a matter of people being uninformed and uneducated on on the facts. And the fact of the matter is, he was never going to transfer. He was never going to go anywhere. He always wanted to sit and learn behind a veteran quarterback. And he, from the beginning of his football life, there's a picture of him as a kid wearing a Texas Longhorn shirt. He always wanted to be a Texas Longhorn. And I think the funniest thing too, Patrick, is that all of these Georgia fans and Alabama fans, specifically those two schools, are like, oh, Arch is overrated. He's trash. He's never done anything. He's going to be a bust and all this stuff. But if you go back to when he was being recruited and he was on his official visit to like Georgia, for example, there's an entire section of the stands that are like guys painted saying, "We want Arch." Oh, but now that he's at Texas, he's going to be trash.
Well, of course.
Get out of here. Like,
of course. Dude, he's no Carson Beck. He can't. I mean, come on, man. You can't even compare the two guys. Can't compare any of these guys. He's got so mad. He's walking out of the room.
I mean, computer plug-in. There's so much anger and vitriol for a guy that's like, he's 21 years old.
Yeah. Well, see, Georgia is not ready. They don't understand that because their quarterback looks like 42.
Mm-hmm.
Gunnar Stockton looks like a much older man than he is.
He looks like the offensive coordinator.
He does. He's going to be good. Again, I'll say it again. I said it earlier in the show. We still got to beat Georgia before we can talk too much trash, but hopefully this is the year that we beat Georgia. And I prefer to do it twice. Knock them out twice. How about that? Just even the score. DJ Campbell did say revenge tour though. He's bought into the revenge tour. Because he did mention that as much as a lot of other guys kind of downplay it, DJ Campbell was like, they're like about Ohio State, and he goes, first stop on the revenge tour. You're like, all right, the offensive lineman, I don't mind as much.
Yeah, but I also feel like as soon as he got done with that media availability and got back to the locker room, Sark or Kyle Flood or somebody pulled him aside and is like, don't say that again.
Don't say that again. Let's not go back to the NFL. We did see at Texans camp too, CJ Gardner-Johnson going down in their practice. They expect that to be season ending. I have not necessarily seen what the actual report on it is yet. I haven't seen an actual diagnostic of what CJ Gardner-Johnson. I know D'Amico Ryans talked about it and was like, it was a moment where they all took a knee and said their prayers and did everything else for him as he got taken off. But that's a loss of a guy that, you traded for, really felt was going to help you in that safety room where you've been trying to fill that last piece and you felt you got a really, really good piece in there. And now he looks like he is going to miss the season. At least that was the reports early on. So sad to see that for the Texans. And now they kind of got to go back to the drawing board a little bit at that position just to make sure they're fully stocked in that secondary.
Yeah, that's a huge blow because he was such a major acquisition for them this offseason. He's a very good player, and he was already joining a secondary that was pretty elite in Houston. Yeah. So that was their secondary was going to be arguably the best in the NFL. And it's really, I mean, even D'Amico Ryan said it. He described it as heartbreaking. It's like he obviously got very emotional about it. So it's tough because I feel like even though he's a new player, he's been a very important part of that locker room already, and kind of starting to emerge as a leader in the secondary. So I mean, I get that you have to go through training camp, and I get that you have to go through preseason and all that stuff, but we have to find a way to minimize these injuries in training camp and preseason if we can. Like, I don't know what the solution is. I'm not a medical expert, but there's just far too many season-ending injuries during these kinds of things to star players I just hate it so much.
No, it just sucks. And it is like for him too, I know he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because he talks a lot. But overall, you could tell he was very hurt by the Eagles, basically saying you were not that important to us winning a Super Bowl, and we're fine to move on from you. And that hurt him. And so I think there was a big part that he really wanted to prove to them, man, I'm going to go be part of the best secondary, and we're going to prove some people wrong when this defense is just nonstop, and I'm going to be a great player. And so to have that kind of ripped away, I think is what all of them felt was he really had a big chip on his shoulder that he wanted to prove, and now he's not going to be able to do it this year. And you just hope. I know originally that we had heard that it may be Achilles. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet or any of that. I haven't seen anything of it confirming what it is. You know, you always can hope that it is maybe not as bad, kind of like the Tyler Guyton one, where you were expecting it, and then it's like, oh, no, it's, you know, he'll be back. He can be back early in the season. So even if you go, oh, no, this is something where he can be back week 8, that's a massive difference than you're fighting to get back and ready for next season. Because that's Achilles is, you know, I know the timetable is a lot less than it used to be, but still to be the same player after that is a lot. So best wishes to him that he can get better and get back on the field and then go prove the Eagles wrong. Because most of us would like the Eagles to be proved wrong. That would be nice once in a while to get them proved wrong out there. But outside of that, did you get any other reports from Dallas Cowboys camp? I didn't hear much more than it was that the injuries were kind of the big deal. Same guys we've heard look good. I haven't heard too much other than that.
From what I've seen, Joe Milton's looked really good, but I don't really think that necessarily means anything at all. So, like, he could look like the best quarterback in the NFL in training camp, and they've still got a $60 million player that they're going to start instead. So,
yeah. No, and it's good to see that he's throwing again, because I know he hit his hand the other day on a helmet. So to see him throwing again is a positive thing, because you need to have a backup, and he is your guy right now. So that is nice to see for him as well. We did get the drama about Micah Parsons grew the other day. I don't think we've talked about it yet. Jerry Jones's comment that when he bought the Cowboys, it was a handshake deal. And when he talked to Micah Parsons, it was a handshake. So to him, Micah Parsons is signed. Micah Parsons agreed to a contract without his agent present in a meeting that was not supposed to be about his contract. That was a meeting to talk about leadership. They had got it, and then the lawyers will draw up the numbers and do it. Now, that all being said, Jerry Jones then never sent a contract to David Mulligetta to get signed, which that would be the next thing. The same thing that happened with, with buying the Cowboys. I'm assuming they got paperwork on it. Either that or Jerry Jones doesn't own the Cowboys. Which, I mean, let's go find that one out. There's no paperwork on that. He just did a handshake deal and gave him some cash. We should go back and check that out. But yeah, another one of the Jerry Jones lines to try and change public narrative that no, Micah Parsons agreed to a contract and then he went back on it. He went back on his word because he doesn't like you Cowboys fans. He's the bad guy, not me.
I saw this the other day and it just made me want to pull my hair out. It's like, I understand that you made a handshake deal to sell the Dallas Cowboys, or to buy the Dallas Cowboys rather. You still had to go through the proper channels and legal channels to sign the paperwork and get all of that done, at the proper way. Handshake deals don't mean anything in professional sports. It doesn't make sense. It's a stupid analogy. Besides the fact that was, 40 years ago almost at this point? What was that, 1988? 1987, something like that. Like he just keeps digging himself into this hole of being the most unlikable person in the NFL and saying the most nonsensical garbage to try and push his narrative in the proper direction. It's like, look, you tried to trap the guy into a contract and he wasn't going to leave your office without shaking your hand because you're his boss. Sure, he's going to say, yeah, Mr. Jones, sounds good. But then he's going to take it back to his agent and make sure that it's on the up and up. Like, Stop trying to paint him as you want to sign this guy. Stop trying to paint him as the bad guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just stop trying to play this narrative that is always going to come out that, guys, I'm just a lowly billionaire trying to run a team. And these guys keep asking for more and more money. And I know other teams pay it and it's not a problem. And also the fact that if you were to give me money back, I wouldn't spend it on anybody else because that's not how I do business. So just throw that whole narrative out the window that if Dak Prescott took $30 million less a year and so did CeeDee Lamb and everybody took half of what they got, you know what they would do? They'd pay their own players. That's all they do. They don't sign free agents. So it's like they wouldn't, maybe they would already give George Pickens a contract if he would take less money, but like they're not going to go out and go sign a bunch of new additions to really help. They fill out their roster. They get probably another, mid-level defensive tackle. But it's not like Jerry Jones is already out there and like, I just can't go out there and spend this money. No, he doesn't want to. So it's a BS argument to begin with in that. But yeah, the argument, I did this on a handshake deal and me and Parsons had a deal. It all really comes across as I really thought I screwed Micah Parsons over. I really, really thought that I was smart enough to pull one over on this guy and completely screw him. Give him a contract with a lot of bad verbiage in it. Basically out for anything that happens to him. So none of the money's actually guaranteed. It's guaranteed in writing, but if we decide we want to get rid of him, he has no recourse to it. It also lets us franchise tag him. It lets us do whatever we want to do with him. Perfect. Yeah, that was a contract we were going to send to him. And you know what? He just didn't let me screw him. So now I'm pissed off at him. This is not how to do business in 2025, Jerry. We all know it. We all see it. And every other team and every other agent is like, yeah, why even call them? You know how many times I'm sure people are like, hey, we're talking to the Cowboys about a trade. And they're like, please don't. Please don't. I don't want you to do that. I mean, the George Pickens one, I'm sure they were like, George Pickens' agent goes, cool. So he'll be a free agent in a year. Sweet. Cool. I'll take that. Yeah. I'll take him being a free agent in a year.
Yeah. Just get him out of Pittsburgh, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Get him out of there.
We'll move on.
He'll go play with Dak Prescott. He'll have a good season, and then he'll be a free agent. Could go cash in.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably the majority of the deals that get done with the Cowboys is with the trades is like the 1 year prove it thing. And then they never end up bringing him back. So then they send him off and to free agency. And,
yep.
That's the end of the story because nobody actually wants to do business with Jerry Jones unless they're forced to do it or it's their only way out.
Nope. So just another one of those pieces, but we have said the 18th, right? So we're looking at the 18th.
11 days away from Micah Parsons signing his deal.
Okay. The 18th is when the Gambler, the Netflix special about Jerry Jones comes out. So that it would right about then is when it's going to happen. Matt, I wanted to get into this as we start to get preseason football with actual players playing this week. I wanted to go through some of the rookies that are going to be interesting watches in this preseason, guys, that maybe you want to look at to see maybe fantasy reasons you might want to draft, just see about how the teams are going to be really curious in position battles. If guys look like they're ready to go or not, some of these names that stick out for you. I wanted to go through some of them with you, and we'll start with somebody near and dear to your heart. I'm sure you're a huge fan of him. Jackson Dart in New York is definitely one of the rookies that you're going to be watching because it is. Russell Wilson has been basically already named their week 1 starter. They're going with him, but everybody knows Brian Daboll's job is on the line. We're not sure if he's going to be able to, keep this job. So if he's really up against it, he wants to find his next guy and someone and go. Jackson Dart does have some of that Josh Allen mold, which is what got Brian Daboll the Giants job to begin with. So is Jackson Dart ready enough in preseason week 1 that you feel he could be a starter in the next few weeks? How much are you watching Jackson Dart's preseason to see if this guy's actually got it? Do you think he's going to be able to step up and be there, or is this still, kind of looking at things maybe a little early?
I think Jackson Dart's a project. I don't remember if Josh Allen started immediately as a rookie. I feel like he did. Am I wrong about that?
I have to look.
Regardless, I watched, at least for the people listening to this program right now, I watched more snaps of Jackson Dart than anybody else that's listening to this right now over the last few years at Ole Miss. And I'm very familiar with his tendencies and his game. And he's incredibly athletic. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's got great intangibles. He's got all the things you want. But he just constantly makes bad decisions. And he makes far too many bad decisions for my liking. And I think until he grows out of that, it's going to be really hard for him to be an effective starting quarterback in the NFL. I'm going to be watching very closely to see how he's progressed under Brian Daboll throughout training camp and if he's sort of corrected any of these issues. I feel like it's probably going to be a slow burn, and that whoever's the head coach of the Giants next year may look at him and be like, okay, maybe this guy could be my starter. But for this year, I feel like they're going to ride Russell Wilson at least until they're out of playoff contention, which, I mean, let's be honest, will probably be pretty early on. And then, yeah, you'll see Jackson Dart probably start a few games because they're like, all right, what else do we have to lose? We're not making the playoffs. Let's just see what this kid's got. And then maybe that gives you some hope down the line. But I don't think he's going to be ready quite yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm with you. I think that he may get pushed out there before he's ready. So I am really curious to watch to see how close he is, because if once they lose a couple of games, it's like it's Jackson Dart time. Why would it not be? It's not Jameis Winston time. It's Jackson Dart time. Let's see what he can do. So I think he's going to get shoved out sooner rather than later. And so we'll see if he's ready to go at all, or if it's like Brian Daboll's just like, writing's on the wall, man. Take my personal effects home before the end of the season, so I don't have to, get him shipped back to me at all. I think that's a possibility for him. By the way, he did not start. Josh Allen did not start immediately. He did start in his rookie season, but not game one. He could not beat out Nathan Peterman for the starting job to begin the season. He was competing with Nathan Peterman and A.J. McCarron. They traded A.J. McCarron, so it was Nathan Peterman and Josh Allen. And so eventually Peterman got benched, shockingly. And Josh Allen gets the starting job then. A little piece of there. Oh, shout out on the text line as well. Chan said, did y'all hear about the Colts running back hurt and done for the season? Yeah, it's their backup running back, Salvon Ahmed, who got hurt on a hip drop tackle and is out. I did also see reports, though, that A.D. Mitchell looks amazing in camp.
I saw that as well, which is very refreshing because he kind of struggled his rookie season. I've always had a lot of high hopes for A.D. Mitchell as an NFL player. So if he puts it all, because I think the issue that we talked about earlier this summer was that he just wasn't always in the right place. He was getting open, but he wasn't where he was supposed to be.
Yes.
And I feel like it kind of seems like he's starting to get all that stuff. Where if he puts that together, he could be a number one guy there.
It is. And I mean, you also have to deal with the fact that Anthony Richardson's the starting quarterback, or Daniel Jones is the starting quarterback, and Daniel Jones may be able to get him the ball. Anthony Richardson, I have almost no hope. Now downfield, he threw the ball pretty decently. So if A.D. Mitchell's just running fly routes, maybe then he could get it underneath it. But it's that whole quarterback situation, everything there in Indy is kind of messed up. But Chan, yes, I did see the running back, but it's not Jonathan Taylor. If it's Jonathan Taylor, then it's very big news, because that is that's a fantasy guy. You want to get him in there.
But also at the same time, just real quick, why are we hip drop tackling in training camp?
I mean, we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be hip drop tackling ever anywhere because it's illegal now.
Well, that's my point. But especially in training camp, you can't get the guy down. Just let him go.
Yeah. No, it's a dumb thing. I'm sure that guy is, unless it's a starter and everybody's happy, like a guy that can't get cut. I don't know if that dude is going to be thought of as a high project when they're like, dude, what are you doing? Why would you ruin?
If that guy's not a starter, he's cut.
Yeah.
By tomorrow.
Let's go with another rookie here. How about Nick Emenwari? He's a safety, Seattle, drafted to Seattle. He is coming in to this defense of Mike McDonald's defense. Mike McDonald has created some really good safeties in the past. We know what he did with Kyle Hamilton recently in Baltimore before he gets the job in Seattle. Curious to see if this Seattle defense can start to look a little bit more real, because I think if the Seattle defense is real, then it puts another piece into that division where now that becomes one of the toughest divisions in the NFL. Because if Seattle's real, we know Arizona's at least going to be decent as long as they're healthy. Like, they're not going to be good, but they'll be okay. We know San Francisco is probably going to be better this season. We know the Rams are going to be good. So that division could get really, really tough. And if Seattle's a better player, I'm curious if Nick Emmanwori is going to be able to step in day one and be a really impressive safety for the Seattle team.
Yeah, and you really would like to see Seattle kind of get back to the Legion of Boom type secondary that they were so known for back in the Pete Carroll days. They've already got actually 3 really good corners in Witherspoon and Reek Woolen and Kobe Bryant back there at safety. So if they can add Emmanwori, who's just a physical freak and one of those guys that can really lay the wood and be a big time player and a big time hitter, you kind of start to get the feelings of that again. I mean, it's never going to be that.
Yeah.
Like, you're never going to have Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman and, all that stuff. But you can get the feeling back that you have one of the best secondaries in the NFL and one that, makes a lot of plays, and he can certainly fit that mold. So I'll be interested to see how he does in the preseason, because I have a lot of high hopes for him.
All right. How about somebody on the Rams? Terrence Ferguson. He gets drafted in the second round to the Rams. They had tried to get Brock Bowers because they knew they knew he was a big piece. They've been looking for that tight end that they feel is going to be able to really step it up and help them out and give them another option. What do you think about Terrence Ferguson ending up, and where do you put him in your preseason watch list for rookies? Because if he becomes a target for Matt Stafford and helps out this team and gives them another option, adding in with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, that Rams offense could get even better.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Stafford loves his tight ends. He's already got Tyler Higbee on that team, if I remember correctly, right? So he'll be the starter. But they feel like Terrence Ferguson can be the guy right behind him who can kind of make a name as a second tight end, and adding another weapon for Matthew Stafford to utilize, assuming he gets over this back thing. I think he could be a really good player. He wasn't the most productive player in the world at Oregon, but they have so many weapons at Oregon all the time that it's really hard to gauge that. He's an athletic guy. He's a good receiver. He's a good blocker, all those different things. But Matthew Stafford tends to get the most out of his tight end. So I'll be interested to see how he does this weekend.
Yeah, because if he starts to turn into one of those big name guys that, people are really getting excited about as a tight end, I think, it just gives you just another step towards this Ram and a rebuilding Rams team that can rebuild on the fly and be like, okay, Cooper Kupp era is done, but now we're adding another target in there. I think could definitely be. All right, how about this one? Will Johnson ending up in Arizona, a guy that has a ton to prove. Thought he was going to be a top pick. He was a guy that early on was like, is it him or Jahdae Barron that goes first in the draft? He falls all the way in the second round, late in the second round, because people are worried about that injury history. A lot of people very high on Will Johnson. How much are you excited to see what he can do? I know it's a Cardinals, so we're not going to watch a ton of Cardinals football, I'm sure, but what he can do, and maybe this guy, see if some people do regret passing on him.
I hope that he does well. I always love a good comeback story, and he's been counted out by a bunch of people because of that injury history, and for good reason. It's a concern when you're investing millions of dollars into a football player. But from what I've seen, he looks really good so far in training camp, and he was locking up Marvin Harrison Jr. I think it was today or yesterday, something like that. He was really keeping him in a box and not letting him make a lot of passes, or get a lot of catches. So I hope he does well. I'm interested to see if his body can hold up and throughout an entire NFL season, because the injuries have been a major thing for him over the last couple of years. It's going to be a grind, just like Patrick having to ban all these spam botters in the chat. It's a grind. But I think if he stays healthy, he has a chance to be a really good player.
What about Landon Jackson, the defensive end out of Arkansas that's headed to Buffalo? Buffalo's trying to get that defensive line. Do you think Landon Jackson has a shot to be a player for Buffalo this season and add that pass rush?
Yeah, I do. I think he's super talented. I'm not particularly the biggest fan of Landon Jackson, for various reasons, but most of those of being an Ole Miss fan. But he's a very talented player, and they desperately need to add to that defense and that pass rush. Like, the offense has been there consistently for them under Josh Allen. They had Von Miller there for a little bit, and they need to add a young pass rusher that's going to be there for a long time, and he has the makings to be able to do that. They also need to improve in the secondary, but I think that their biggest focus should be along that defensive line, and I think that he really can have a chance to make an impact there early on.
Do you have any other rookies that you are heavily looking at other than Texas rookies? Because we'll kind of talk about them in a second, but other than Longhorn rookies, is anybody else you're heavily looking at?
I would like to see how the tight ends, Colston Loveland and the Penn State kid, what's his name?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Tyler Warren.
Yes.
I'd love to see how they fit into their respective teams, specifically Colston Loveland, I think. Because if he's an elite player for that offense, I think they're going to be really good. Although I am a little bit, concerned about what I saw that Caleb Williams clip the other day where he was throwing the football into a net and he was missing the net from like 20 yards away.
Yeah.
That was very concerning. And also some of these young running backs, not necessarily Ashton Genty, because I don't think he's going to play a whole heck of a lot in the preseason, but like RJ Harvey and Omarion Hampton and Woody Marks and some of these, some of these young guys that were drafted in the first and second rounds. Because there's always these rookie running backs who kind of come out of nowhere and emerge as good players. So I'm really interested to see who that might be this year. As like Ashton Genty's kind of the given. Like, who's the other guy going to be?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that I saw, someone was drafting and sending me their mock drafts yesterday, a buddy of mine. And he had Quinshon Judkins in one of them. So I was like, I don't think I'd take him right now. I think that's probably a safe bet. He's not going to be one of the good ones to come out in this year's draft class. But like RJ Harvey's a really interesting name as a rookie to see if he's like, are you going to be a lead back in Denver? Are you ready to be a lead guy in an NFL franchise? I think that guy's pretty interesting in the running back position. But there's a number of guys that are going to be a lot of fun. We'll talk about kind of who we're looking at tonight on the games. I believe there's only 2 on TV, so I don't know if you're going to be able to watch the Bengals-Eagles game or not. I'm sure the spam bot will tell you how to do it in 14 seconds when they hit again. But we start off with the Colts and Ravens, so that one is going to be, there we go, less than 14 seconds on cue.
Oh, the timing. The timing. Hey guys, if you want to get a virus on your computer,
we do get Colts Ravens tonight, so yes, we will get to see A.D. Mitchell hopefully get out there and watch him, see how long he plays tonight. So the Colts versus the Ravens, that one I think is A.D. Mitchell is probably your top guy you're looking at in this game tonight for us. Anybody? I mean, we're also going to see Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I believe they're both going to play in this game at some point. They got to play some of these guys. Neither one of these has earned a break to not play. So seeing if Anthony Richardson still looks just like the same guy that he has been, I'm not sure who we're looking at in Baltimore, though. I don't know what young player on Baltimore I'd really be trying to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think A.D. Mitchell is probably your best bet for Texas fans for sure. Tyler Warren also, the tight end that I was just talking about.
Yeah.
I'm kind of going through their draft class right now for the Ravens. They just drafted a lot of defense.
Yeah.
And a lot of boring stuff. Very, very boring, but probably very good draft by the Ravens. I mean, Malachi Starks is going to be a great player. So, he was their first round pick, the safety out of Georgia. So, maybe. But I mean, my entire focus is going to be on AD Mitchell for sure. I don't think there's any question about that one.
Yeah, Andrew Makuba in the Eagles game as well. I'm not sure if he's still dealing with any injuries right now or not. We'll see if I see him on the list. I don't see him on this little list right now, but that would be the one you look at in the Eagles game if we're able to see it anywhere, that Bengals-Eagles game. Do you think Shamar Stewart plays tonight?
That's a good question. I hope he does.
But I mean, like, that dude is fresh. Dude has been at camp.
Yeah, but like you still got I still feel like if you're the Bengals, you gotta like at least throw him out there and see what he can do, right? It's gonna be vanilla. It's not like they're gonna be calling all these complicated, defensive packages or anything like that.
Yeah, and then we get to the late game tonight, and the Raiders and Seahawks. Byron Murphy is clearly going to be a big piece to watch to see if he is, healthy and getting over that next step as well. If he's playing tonight, you want to watch what he can do for that team. And I think if you're just kind of watching the Raiders at all, it's like, who do they have at wide receiver? That's really watching this Raiders team. I just want to see who. I mean, Ashton Janty, sure, you want to see him at all, but man, that wide receiver room, who's in that room that you think is going to do anything? Because I mean, I can tell you on their depth chart, they're starting Dante Thornton Jr., Trey Tucker, Jacoby Myers, Colin Johnson's on this team now. He's listed as second team, so he can Colin Johnson tonight. Jack Beck, Tommy Mellett, Justin Shorter, Shedrick Jackson, Alex Bachman. Just a lot of household names on this team right now for the Raiders. So I'm curious to see, like, is there somebody decent? But fantasy football wise, why not look at this? Maybe get somebody interesting out there. Someone's got to catch the ball. I know Brock Bowers is going to catch the ball a lot, but somebody else has to a little bit.
Probably the best bet for that's Jacoby Myers, but Brock Bowers, man, buckle up, get your ice buckets ready. You're going to be getting the ball a lot in the passing game, man. So I saw that Byron Murphy is listed as the starting nose tackle on Seattle's depth chart.
Okay.
So that's a good thing. I feel like he's probably, it's time for him to take that role now in year two.
Did they re-sign the guy that was ahead of him, though?
Yeah, but I think they're going to be playing together.
Okay.
Is the way that I look at it.
They re-signed Jonathan Hankins, right? So they kept Jonathan Hankins, who's kind of been ahead of him in the road. But if Byron Murphy can step ahead of him, Jonathan Hankins, I think, is also hurt.
That's true.
So that may be part of it as well. But Byron Murphy, again, big piece for him tonight because he was a top pick. You want to see him start to establish himself a little bit more and look like the guy we saw at Texas who just had all these different tools. And so if he can get through the line a little bit, I'd love to see that tonight when we're watching these games.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see Jalen Milroe as well because I've heard a lot of good things about him recently. Apparently he's coming along pretty nicely. So
I feel like the late game is the one that I'm most interested in out of tonight's slate. Just that Colts Ravens game just seems like it's going to be somewhat of a debacle. I mean, I can't imagine we even see Lamar Jackson play tonight. So we'll get backup quarterbacks all the way in the Ravens room. The Ravens don't have much to prove. They don't seem like they have much. They seem like they're trying to just be healthy out of these games, while the Colts have a lot of guys they're going to try and throw out. So AD Mitchell I'll be watching for, but not a lot else. And then the other game on NFL Network tonight, Raiders Seahawks at the late game tonight. That one just seems a little bit more interesting to see who they throw out there. Jalen Milroe's in that conversation. I mean, and just who's actually on this Raiders team? Who do they have any depth?
Who does Hunter Renfrow play for now? Because he used to be with the Raiders.
Oh, he came out of retirement. I know he came out of retirement this year because the Raiders killed his love for football. And then somebody talked him out of retirement.
Tale as old as time.
And no, not that Hunter Renfrow, the other Hunter Renfrow. Hunter Renfrow, Panthers. The Panthers talked him out of it, coming back. So, yeah, he's on that Panthers team because he didn't play last season.
Watch out for the Panthers, man. If Hunter Renfrow can be Hunter Renfrow, I'm just saying, man, he was a tough cover.
I know that. I mean, they have Adam Thielen still, I think, too. And then Ted McMillan, Xavier Legette's brought in on that team. Jalen Coker had a really good last season. Jimmy Horn's on this roster as well. Like, they've got a lot of good players on this team that I think, like, it just feels like they're way closer than they've been in Carolina in a long time. So what'll probably happen is they'll lose 2 games and the owner will fire everybody and trade all the players, and we'll go back to day one again. Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just when it seems like Bryce Young is finally ready to take the next step, they're gonna be like, nope, and they're gonna pull the plug, start the whole thing over.
Nope, guys. All right, trade everybody. We got to get back in. We got to get our picks back and try and go draft. We got to get Arch Manning this season when we know he's not coming out. We got to go after him. We got to do that. Let's take a break. We'll come back into our meathead of the day here, Matt, and wrap it up on a Thursday afternoon edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on a Thursday afternoon. Patrick Davis alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. If you got anything you want to throw in on the text line or the chat, we still get a couple minutes. Unless you're a bot, go ahead, hit 6 more times. They're coming in heavy and strong. Plenty of ways to watch preseason football. I can't wait till we get to real football. We start getting this stuff every 10 seconds. it is going to be nauseating if this is the way it is going to be all season, but we'll keep it going. I'm trying to keep it cleared up because we want to talk with you guys. Joe has already been hacked. He is now a property of China or whoever else is hacking him since he has signed up. As we get going along here, let's get to a meathead of the day here. This guy's not a meathead. It's just a funny story, but we love him. Here's Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler was asked the question yesterday, I believe. When's the last time he paid for a round of golf? And just like, when's the last time you had to pay for a round of golf? Here is Scotty Scheffler answering that question.
Last time I paid for a round of golf? It's been a while. I remember the last time I didn't get to pay for a round of golf, and one of my buddies in the pro shop had to pay for the round of golf. That was pretty funny. We kind of walked into the pro shop at a local public course, and I knew the pro there, and so I was like, "Hey, Scotty, how you doing? Great to have you out." And I was like, "Hey, man, I'd like to, just pay for the round. We're teeing off at 2." He's like, "No, you're good." And my buddy was like, "Oh, thanks, man. That's awesome. Appreciate it." He's like, "Actually, you got to pay." And it was probably 5 years ago, and we still laugh about it this day because he was so excited to get the free round, and the pro was like, "Actually, you're still paying, buddy."
Good stuff there from Scotty Scheffler talking about no, this guy gets it for free. You still got to pay though. That is just that little test there. You don't get the free pass like Scotty Scheffler does. You are not one of the best players in golf. You're just a dude.
Yeah, my heart really breaks for Scotty Scheffler to be able to play golf in the green for his entire life. Never have to pay for it ever again anywhere he goes. And then he just gets paid millions of dollars every time he plays anyway. It's just, got to be a rough life, just play golf every day.
Rough life. And then, be a movie star now too.
Yeah. Granted, they do have to keep their bodies in very good shape most of the time. At least the best ones do. John Daly, not so much. But Tiger Woods, Scotty Scheffler, Roy McIlroy, they work very hard. I'm not trying to say that they don't, but that's it's a good problem to have, not having to pay for golf.
Grip it and rip it, man. That's all you got to do. Grip it and rip it. We saw, funny stuff there from Scotty Scheffler as he brings that in. You don't pay. I've had getting out of that world where I've kind of been in and out of that in local music and different clubs in this town. Because I came up and straight out of high school, I was touring with the band and working with people. So I knew a bunch of people in this town pretty early. And so I was able to not pay cover at a lot of clubs or, be let in or get in back door, be a VIP for a lot of stuff. And then you stop working for the bands and you're doing some other things. And then you roll in one day and they're like, and the door guy changed or something like that. And you're just used to walking in and you walk in and he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. Got to see your ID. And you're like, oh, we do that here, right? And I had one that was me and my buddy are hanging out. This is a long time ago, but me and my buddy are hanging out. And back in the day, there used to be some gentleman establishments, and we would always we knew everybody. So we were friends with everybody. We would just walk in and go and hang out in the VIP section, right? And so we would do that. I'm not flexing, Chan. Not flexing. I'm just telling you how it was. We used to go. These are like clubs, nothing too fancy. But we would go to the gentleman's establishments and we would go in the back. And then I go with another buddy of mine and we just walk and we go up and we're walking in. We just walk in, tip the door girl and walk in and go sit at the bar to go get a drink. And the manager walks over and he's like, "Did y'all just walk in without paying cover?" I'm like, "Oh, that's right. You're supposed to do that." I am grossly aware. And then he recognized who I was, which, just flexing. He knew who I was, not as a media member, but as a guy who used to work for bands. So he's like, "You're that guy, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it." I was like, I still got it. So was able to pull that off. But yeah, that one was a little bit embarrassing because we walk in and the door girl's like, "That's the two people." We're like, "What did we do wrong?" Like, "Oh, I forgot. I was too nice. I got to merge back to being Gen Pop."
Yeah, I've never really been fortunate enough to be able to play that card at most places. I think the only place that I've really been able to do that is, two places. One, Highland Park High School home football games. I could just I used to be able to just go wherever I want because I was so connected to that football program for such a long time. And then the last time I tried to go, I just took my typical route, through the tunnel, by the locker room, into the training room and all this stuff. And as I'm about to go into the training room, I get grabbed by this security guard. It's like, what do you think you're doing just walking in here, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, look, it's me. It's Matt Galatzan. He's like, I don't know who the hell you are. I had to call the guy, and he had to come be like, no, he's fine. He's fine. He's with me. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Like I was on a first name basis, like hug every time you see him with the head coach at the football program, and they were still stopping me at the door, which was annoying. And then there's a Mexican restaurant in Dallas called Rafa's that even to this day, when I walk in there, the hostess gives me a hug and the bartender brings me a free drink, and like I get discounts on my food and all this stuff. That's the only legitimate place that happens.
There's still one bar here in town that I have at least get recognized at. And I haven't been there in too long. I just don't go out as much as I used to. Everything's expensive now. I don't go out as much. But yeah, it used to be. I knew a lot of bartenders. You have a drinking problem when you walk into a bar and the bartender knows your name and you've never been to that bar before. That's one of those old lines. But we will yeah. But that was back in the good old days. Now I'm a boring old 40-year-old guy. I don't do any of that fun stuff anymore. Every once in a while, I'll hang out somewhere and someone will know who I am, and that's nice enough for me now. We're going to get out of here. We'll be back to do a fun Friday edition of Open Gym tomorrow, but until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. My dog just ran off the bed because he knows it's time to go eat. We'll be back tomorrow with more from Open Gym.